Itu bukan harus di ini ya, harus registrasi dulu.
काय म्हटलं सर कुठल्या नावाने केलं की कुठल्या दुसऱ्या नावाने केलं?
Hello, ma'am. Just within 2 minutes, the chairman of the session is going to join. That's why just 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, we are going to start.
Hello, are the students as well are going to attend this meeting?
जॉइन करता ना सब्जेक्ट नाव का
Just the chairman of this session is going to join. That's why we are waiting for a minute, ma'am.
Okay,
Within a minute, we will start.
okay. Can my assistant, Dr. Mercy Manembu, join? Because she is applying.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start now our day international multidisciplinary e-conference on women empowerment, role of laws, society, culture, politics, literature. Once again, good morning, all of you. Today we gather here on this virtual platform for international conference. I am glad to note that Internet Quality Assurance Cell of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri district, Chandrapur, Maharashtra, India, organized one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on women empowerment, role of arts, society, culture, politics, literature, and media. The chairperson of the inaugural function of today's international e-conference, Dr. Devesh Kamble, the principal of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Art, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri. The inaugurator of this function is Professor Dr. Venetia, Indonesia. Today, we have with us the chief guests such as Advocate Bhupesh Patil, High Court, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India, Dr. M. Anamul Haq, Advocate, Supreme Court of Bangladesh, Dr. Chandrakala Diali, Amity University, Delhi, Dr. P.R.L. Raja Venkateshan, VIT University, Chennai, Dr. Snigdha Kamble, convener of the conference, all the dignitaries present over here in this virtual gathering. I welcome all the dignitaries, invitees, eminent scholar, resource person, and students and teacher fraternity on behalf of IQAC of the college. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, run by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Education Society, Chandrapur Brahmapuri, is one of the Vidarbha's premier institution, greatly inspired by Dr. Ambedkar's thought and ideology. Barrister Rajababu Khobragade, the ex-deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, and Sri Marutharauji Kamble, the noted social worker, started the institution for providing higher education to the social and educationally deprived classes of society. Under the noble guidance of Honorable Secretary Dr. Devesh Kamble, the institution has made tremendous progress. The college offers various courses in arts, commerce, and science stream at junior, senior, and postgraduate level. The college has 8 PhD research centers, such as Center for Higher Learning and Research in English, Pali, Marathi, Social History, Economics, Political Science, and Ambedkar Thought. Now, once again, I welcome you all in this multidisciplinary one-day international conference on women empowerment. Now I call upon Madam Dr. Snigdha Kamble for welcome and introductory speech.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, Puljala sir. Good morning, one and all. I am Dr. Snigdha Kamble, convener of this e-conference. Welcome you all in the International E-Conference of Women Empowerment, Role of Laws, Society, Culture, Politics, Literature and Media. The chairperson of this conference, Dr. Devesh Kamble sir, the principal of our college, which is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri, under whose leadership in the college is fast growing. The inaugurator of this conference, Professor Dr. Venetia Ardens, who is medical doctor and is currently serving as a professor and researcher as the Faculty of Medicine, University of Sam Ratulangi, Manado, Indonesia. Today we have with us chief guests such as Advocate Bhupesh Patil, High Court, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India, Dr. M. Enamul Haq, Advocate, Supreme Court, Bangladesh, Dr. Chandrakala Diali, Amity University, Delhi, Dr. P.R.L. Raja Venkateshan, VIT University, Chennai, and Dr. D.B. Fuljala sir, convener of this conference, all the organizing team, and delegates and dear participants. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you in this e-conference. Today, I am deeply honored to see you all here. This e-conference is organized to highlight the significance of women empowerment in the male-dominant society. Empowerment is the term which is most widely used nowadays in the development dialogues. But when it is applied to women, it carries many interpretations. For some, it making some women just financially strong. For others, it's making them educationally strong. Well, the interpretation varies as per one's perspective. And the need for empowerment. The question arises here is why there is a need of making women empowered and what are the dimensions to achieve it. Though half of the race of the world is constituted by women, what is to be seen is that down the edges, women have been subjected to all kinds of discrimination on the basis of her sex status. In simple terms, women have been deprived for their fundamental rights and of being her own self. Her individuality has always been found to stake for one or the other reason. So the society really needs to look forward to deal with the issues of empowering women. This international e-conference on women empowerment is instilled with the intention of offering participants an enriching opportunity to widen their views to all aspects that fall under the umbrella with the term women empowerment. At the very outset, I would like to welcome all the chief guests for accepting our invitation, and I thank you for joining us. I am really very happy that we have got overwhelming response from the participants all over the India. Once again, I welcome you all on the behalf of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri. I am very thankful to you all. Now, I would like to prefer to call the Dr. Fulgele sir to introduce our inaugurator. Thank you very much. Fulgele sir.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, madam. Today we have with us Professor Dr. Venetia Dance, Manado, Indonesia. She did her MD from Faculty of Medicine, Ratulangi University, Manado, Indonesia, and completed her Master of Science from School of Kinesiology, now Department of Biomedical Physiology and Kinesiology, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. She did her PhD from Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, the University of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Professor Venetia is a medical doctor, is currently serving as a professor and researcher at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Sam Ratulangi, Manado, Indonesia. She has conducted research, published numerous articles in international journals, and presented in forums on topic of cardiac hypertrophy and cardiomyocyte regulation. She is also a former Deputy Minister of Women's Rights Protection and also a former Deputy Minister for Public Participation at the Ministry of So she is also a former Deputy Minister of Women's Rights Protection and also a former Deputy Minister for Public Participation at the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Indonesia. Her duties and responsibility include policy making, also including strategic decision making to implement and ensure that the rights of women is protected away from the gender-based violence, GBV. She coordinates with the stakeholder to ensure that through the strategy of gender mainstreaming program and its activity related to gender equality are implemented not only by the government institution at national level, but also down to the provincial level and to the district. Her duties also to ensure that the public or community actively participates in the development of women and children related issue. She has been working collaboratively with many stakeholders, including UN entities, UN Women, UNICEF, and so on. And she has been a speaker at several international conference meetings related to women and child protection issues. She was awarded the Civil Servant Long Service Medals by the President of Republic of Indonesia for years of loyal and faithful service and dedication in the field of education, also in the public sectors. She is going to talk on legal perspective of rights of sexual worker issues and challenges. Now I request Dr. Venetia Dance to deliver inaugural speech and grace the occasion. Dr. Venetia Dance, Madam.
Share my screen first. Let me see. Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but screen has not appeared.
Yeah,
Share
so
screen.
that's why, because I was disabled from the sharing the screen. Can I? This host disabled participant screen sharing. So can I have the administrator to open it? I mean to enable me to share screen, sharing the screen, because here is disabled by the host. Can I? Here you go.
Now share your, ma'am. Now share your
Yes.
presentation.
Wait a second. I have to open it. Okay. Oops. Oops. I have a trouble. Maybe can I ask Dr. Dharma Pal? I send you to my. Wait a second. Wait a second. I have a technical problem here. Hang on. Can I ask Dr. Dharmapal? I'll send you through my WhatsApp, or maybe wait, and then you just wait a second. Yeah, share screen. I don't know what's happening with me. Optimizing it. Share screen. Yeah, but hang on. Maybe I have to open first. Wait a second. Just wait, yeah. Wait. Exit full screen. Just wait. And then. Share screen. Yeah, here you go. Can you able to see it now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Have you been able to see? Okay, then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So,
good.
I request Professor Dr. Benetia Dance, ma'am,
Yeah.
to deliver inaugural speech.
Okay, thank you so
please.
much. Okay, now I have to do it. You can see now, right? Hello? Have you been able to see my screen? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We are
Okay.
able to see.
Thank you so much. Wait.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable professors, lecturer, students, it was an honor to me. It is a very privilege that I'm invited. Can you hear my voice? That I can be able to be invited here. Yes, at a very prestigious conference regarding the women empowerment, role of law, society, culture, and politics, literature, and media. Thank you again for Dr. Chandra Dikala, Dr. Sunigda Campbell, and Dr. Dharmapal, and everybody who are very keen to contact me to make this happen. Okay. Actually, in the atmosphere of Independence Day, we know actually that today is 17th of August 2023 is the 78th Independence Days of our nation, Indonesia. But I want to say happy 76th Independence Days to India. Yeah, we just have 2 years apart from the independence. It's 76 years past since Jawaharlal Nehru, the India's first prime minister, raised the country's flag over the Lahori Gate of the Red Fort in Delhi on August 15, 1947. This history, I study in school, right? Here's some facts that the world knows about India's independence, that the Indian tricolor was designed by Pingali Venkaya, a freedom fighter and a follower of Mahatma Gandhi. And the only material used to create the national flag are handspun and hand-woven cotton kadi bunting. The top band, which is saffron in color, symbolize the nation's fortitude and valor. The middle band, which is white and features as a Dharma chakra, and the bottom band, which is green, depicts the nation's fertility, growth, and good fortune. Yeah. Indians didn't have a recognized national song at the time of independence. Rabindranath Tagore wrote the song Bharoto Bhagyo Bidata in 1911. It was renamed Jan Gan Man, excuse me if I pronounce it wrong, and declared the national anthem of India by the Constituent Assembly of January 24, 1950. Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Rabindranath Tagore, Pingali Venkaya are Indian figures known to the world. What they have done has inspired the world about the struggle for equality and unity of a great nation on this earth. Now we move to the topics. The facts that about gender justice in India. In fact, gender justice can be obtained and fought for the courts in India. The Indian Constitution has given a new dimension to the Indian society. The term gender is not used in the Constitution. Instead of using the word gender, the Indian Constitution uses the word sex at that time. Although the term sex has a narrower connotation than the term gender. Discrimination based on gender, skin, color, creed, caste, race, religion, and other factors has been prohibited by the Constitution as it violates the fundamental rights. Okay, even so, many court decisions in India have won conscience and at the same time shocked the people there regarding gender justice. One of these was the ruling from pre-independence India, which Justice Robert Hill Pinhey handed down as the most rebellious and the road-breaking ruling of his time regarding the emancipation of women in the famous case of Dadaji Bikaji versus Rukmabai in a lawsuit for restitution of marital rights in the Bombay High Court. 11-year-old Rukmabai is married to 19-year-old Dadaji Bikaji. He questions the validity of his marriage with the Dadaji. The case caused a lot of unrest in the conservative community, which is the majority. This gave rise to many debates on subjects such as women education, child marriage, consent, Hindu law, customs, and traditions, among others. Pinhey argues that it seems to me that it would be a barbaric, cruel, disgusting to force a young woman under such circumstances to go to a man she did not like so that she could live with him against her will. This shows that if even from the pre-independence period, Indian society has recognized gender justice in their justice system. Now, slide 5. Can you see my slide now? Can you be able to see the slide?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes.
Very good.
Surely, surely. Yes.
Okay. There are at least 3 of the most common ways how Indonesian people know the social cultural condition of Indian society. Of course, by world news about India, both through print and electronic media, can at least provide an overview of our gender justice there in India. And the second one, in Indians International School. Through the world of education at India's international schools, students are taught about the values that exist in Indian society. And there are so many Indonesians that study in Indian schools or university. And of course, by Bollywood movies. Indian TV drama series are very popular in Indonesian society. The action and intrigue that form the storyline of the Indian TV drama series seems to describe the socio-cultural condition of the Indian people. It is no exaggeration if the titles of the Indian TV dramas broadcast in Indonesia mostly use the names of women who are the central characters in the TV dramas. The viewers in Indonesia is often treated to a drama of how women who are central figures experience cultural and structural violence that is invisible to the naked eye compared to visible violence that arise due to the conflicts such as physical, psychological, sexual violence, or economic neglect. The situation faced by central female character often disturbs the conscience of the audience, in which gender injustice is often perpetrated by both men and women who are usually respectable people in that TV story. Now we see that's a little bit that, I can tell about a little bit about Indian. I'm so sorry if I'm a little bit, lack of knowledge more deeply, but that's all I searched through the the history that we learn at school, and then the things that we get from the media. Now, what about gender justice in Indonesia? Yeah, the values, culture in the case of values, In this case, the values shared by the community from the smallest element, which is family, to the community can influence policy making, be it policies in the realm of indigenous communities, living law, or government policies at various levels of our government, which is the positive law. We know that patriarchal community, which is we can find in Indonesia actually. That's because Indonesia is very multicultural. For sure that in some area there are some the law that still very the cultural law there is very patriarchal still, that little by little we want to to change it, but it's not it's not that fast, but little by little, gradually. Yeah, culture in this case, in the living law, yeah, in some part of Indonesia is still very obvious. Patriarchal culture is undeniable, is the root cause of gender inequality, in this case discrimination, access restriction in various fields, education, health, employment, welfare, leadership, including violence against women or VAW. Because patriarchal culture exists in the midst of society, this construction is built from all the layers and lines that have been formed. Therefore, to dismantle patriarchy, it is necessary to carry out a reconstruction involving all key actors, community, indigenous people, CSOs, government, religious leaders, women movement, and other stakeholders. Now, we would like to end the gender-based violence and violence against women in Indonesia. By what? By political will, for sure. And then we will think about the resources potential that can support for ending the GBV and VAW. Of course, we need community-based institution and engaging of the communities to prevent, to respond, and also to treat or treatment. And now, gender justice government commitment and efforts. The government's commitment, the Indonesian government's commitment to the fulfillment of the women's rights can be seen in the form of all policies and work programs related to the protections of women's rights. Planned, compiled, decided, implemented, and monitored based on various commitments that have been approved and ratified by the government of Indonesia, both at the national and international level. We know that the CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the convention, which is convention that adopted by the United Nations in 1979, has been ratified also by the government of Indonesia through the law number 7 of 1984. The second one, the Beijing Platform for Action, or BPFA, was produced at the fourth World Conference of Women in Beijing in 1995, and the basis for this commitment is that although progress has been made in achieving justice and equality between women and men, women still face many obstacles to achieve justice and equality with men. And the third one, we talk about the MDGs and SDGs, are measurable commitments that promote justice and gender equality and women's empowerment at the beginning of the millennium era with a number of indicators. Why ratified CEDAW? CEDAW is a basic principle of substantive equality, non-discrimination, and the obligation of the state, which is the framework for formulating strategy of promotion of women's rights. It is following the ratification of CEDAW, Indonesia has issued Law number 7 of 1984 with a very comprehensive set of protection and enforcement of women's rights, and that makes the humanitarian aspect of women as the focus of human rights concern. The state policy to protect women from violence is a zero tolerance policy, which means that the safety and the protection of women becomes priority and there is non-tolerance to any form of violation, abuse, or exploitation. Violence against women is one of forms of violation of human rights. We see here that data in the graph of violence against women in Indonesia from 2001-2013, the source from National Commission on Violence Against Women. Yeah, it's increased sharply yearly basis. Yeah. Now the current condition in 2016, yeah, from the data on violence against women, based on 2016 National Women's Life Experience Survey of we call SPHPN, shows that 1 out of 3 women aged 15 to 64 years has experienced physical violence or sexual violence in their lifetime. A similar survey, which was done again or conducted again in 2021, showed that there was a decrease in the prevalence to 1 in 4 women experiences physical violence and sexual violence throughout their lives. So before in 2016, 1/3, now 1/4. There's an increase in the prevalence of women experiencing physical violence and sexual violence throughout their life. The results mentioned above are a reward for the hard work of the government of Indonesia to reduce the number of violence against women. Since 2016 to 2021, when I served as Deputy for the Protection of Women's Rights at the Indonesian Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, we have succeeded in achieving the objectives of the government's commitment, both nationally and internationally. Efforts to eliminate domestic violence are carried out through the best practices, which are breakthroughs by the organizing the joint movement or GBER to stop domestic violence, the village model free of domestic violence, the communication forum for the implementation of the law to combat the violence against women, socialization of the prevention of domestic violence from an early age. Gender-sensitive mediators, such as all the prosecutor, the judge, the police, and those stakeholders that involved in this law enforcement, we do training for them. Best practice for protecting women's rights from trafficking in person, forming a task force and community watch that invites the wider community to participate in preventing human trafficking or trafficking in person and so on. That's the example of best practicing in Indonesia. Besides that, a number of policies have been issued to ensure the fulfillment of the rights of victims of TIP, such as the right to compensation, the right to receive the guidance and rehabilitation, and others. In employment, efforts have been made to protect the rights of women workers, regulated by a number of regulations, including protection from working hours, protection from menstruation, protection from menstruation leave, protection from maternity leave, provision of breastfeeding locations, time off, recognition of work competency, prohibition on layoffs, and the rights to health checks, pregnancy, and childbirth cost. In emergency situation and special condition, best practices have been sought through the idea of peace women in the women and children protection during the social conflicts scheme. Drafting regulation related to women's protection in the disaster, organizing elderly movements, and empowering persons with disability. In the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, in Article 28, Paragraph 2, and so on, explicitly guarantee equality of position between men in the life of nation and state. Also, there is a presidential instruction that concerning gender mainstreaming in the national development, which is a form of policy improvement that the government of Indonesia continue to carry out in order to achieve justice and gender equality in all regions of Indonesia through the gender mainstreaming agenda in national development as a whole. Also, we have the law concerning the elimination of domestic violence, which was issued to provide protection for victims of domestic violence through lex specialis products, a legal approach through synergy between institutions that is more in favor of fulfilling the rights of victims takes precedence over the interests of the perpetrators as usual practice in the criminal code. Also, the law concerning human trafficking, which was passed to carry out early prevention efforts, take action against perpetrators, protect victims, and increase cooperation in the human trafficking. We have the regulation of 1969 of 2008 also on an establishment of a task force crime of trafficking in person. There's a lot of political will from the Indonesian government side, including the law concerning the crimes of sexual violence, which is just recently been issued, law number 12 of 2022, concerning crimes of sexual violence, which was issued to protect victims of crimes of sexual violence in an effort to fulfill their rights, which include the rights to treatment, the right to protection, and the right to remedy or rehabilitation. We talk a little bit about the power of feminism. The strength and solidity of the women's movement will produce policies that are pro-women. Lesson learned include the success of the ratification issuance of the law number 12 of 2022 regarding the criminal acts of sexual violence, which is very pro-victim. The birth of his law required a long, consistent and hand-in-hand struggle from the Indonesian women's movement with a victim perspective. We see here there's a lot of movement that have been done by women organization, and then the public also support. So that's make the success of the law number 12 2022 been passed by the legislative institution. We have the potential for people to get involved in the speeding up the elimination of violence against women, but this potential is not fully utilized. There are many community agencies that can be used as resource or not. Involvement of the community is in the form of social institution based on religious matter, social institution based on kinship, community based on common interest and the interest of many, and yet have access, participation, control, and receive the benefits directly and easily to the elimination of violence against women. So we have the social-based organization, religious-based organization, kinship-based organization, and so on, professional organization that engage in the community boost ending violence against women. We see here the potential of religious-based organization and their engagement. We say that tritungku, it means that's triangle of support, the access to the networking for ending the violence against women. And then we move now to the opportunity engagement or community. That is the best practice from Indonesia. We have the example is the He for She campaign. The He for She campaign is the very one that very nice for us, because means that the men or companions support the female or women in reaching its success. It's in reaching her success. So that's why we have a he-she campaign, and the man become a campaigner, become a champion for it. And also we have the example, the program called One Student Save One Family, or OSOF. So there is one student, if is going to graduate, he or she is going to the village, and then he is looking after of the family over there. So one student save one family. And then we have the Women and Children Integrated Service Center, Women and Children Service Unit in police office, or we call UPPA. Global campaigning and the involvement of men, women, and the society is really crucial. Indonesia is one of the top 10 countries that participate in the He for She global campaign, which is the campaign from the United Nations, from the UN Women, to do the He for She campaign for global. And our president is one of 10 presidents that choose as a champion. Jadi Indonesia is one of the top 10 countries that participates in the He for She global campaign, which was formed to increase the participation of men in the actualization of gender equality and the prevention of violence against women and children. In other words, the global campaign He for She is the involvement of men in supporting the achievement of gender equality in Indonesia. He for She campaign is a government commitment to position men to be more concerned about gender equality in Indonesia. As an example, on the 87th anniversary of the Mother's Day in Indonesia, the chosen theme was equality of men and women in creating a conducive environment for protection of women and children. This shows that the attitude and the commitment of the Indonesian government in putting the issue of women and children as one of the priorities of development. There are 4 government, provincial government, is Nusa Tenggara, is Java, Bali, and Central Kalimantan at first regional head to commit to support the campaign He for She. Things that still need, of course, to be achieved. There are a number of things that have been worked on in our country between 2016 until now, and are still, there are a lot of homework, including 1, ratification of the implementing regulation of law number 12 of 2022 concerning crimes of sexual violence. This bill was originally expected to be passed at the end of 2019, but the political condition at that time did not allow for this bill to be passed. After being removed from the list of the Prolegnas 2020 priority bill, the bill is again proposed to be included in the Prolegnas list for the 2021 priority bill, and it is hoped that the ratification of the bill will become a central complement in fulfilling commitments to protect women's rights both nationally and internationally. Yeah, and then this bill was originally expected, to be implemented. Slide number 28, a comprehensive and referral service. The mandate as the coordinator for the implementation of integrated service for the protection of women and children at the center of is the Center for the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection by the law on number 12, 2022 concerning the crimes of sexual violence demands a high commitment and more effort than has been done regarding services in protecting the women and children. I think we just have 2 more slides. Legal protection of women, human rights, is a concern for the Indonesian government because of the many cases that have occurred against women both domestically and abroad to detriment of the women themselves, This will disrupt the achievement of the 50-50 planet goals as a real form of equality for men and women in the coming 2030, in accordance with the SDGs and also towards a Golden Indonesian program in 2045. We also have other field expected. Indonesia since 1999 reformation has issued many laws and regulations related to human rights and discrimination based on gender between men, women, and are aimed at protecting and promoting women's rights in Indonesia. The formation of this law and regulation is in line with the affirmative action through regulation of women representative in the parliament, in which there is a rule that requires a political party to prepare a 30% quota slot for female legislative candidates. Even though statutory provisions already exist, discrimination against women's rights is still felt, and guarantees for these rights have not been fully realized. Gender equality can strengthen the nation's economy. The international consulting firm like McKinsey once stated that if a country does not create an equal environment such as gender equality, then 12 trillion United States dollar of the economy cake will be lost, or approximately 16.5% of the total global economy, equivalent to 8 times the Indonesian economy. Gender equality will strengthen a country's ability to develop, reduce poverty, and govern effectively. Gender welfare challenges are measured from the gender gap. This challenge must be overcome by working based on 4 gender gap indications. Several breakthroughs in its implementation include accelerate the ratification of the gender equality law, mobilize gender mainstreaming policy in each ministry, institution more intensely with implementation that protects women's rights, organizing campaigns to introduce a gender equality from an early age to young people through the use of champions, affirmations, and justice, especially male to female gestures from all stakeholders. So just like a shoe that cannot be used only with one side, so gender equality will make a responsive policy more comprehensive, and thus the welfare that the state dreams of will be realized. I thank you very much, and this is a little bit of I share the photos when we organize, or the people movement that organized by people actually, in order to pass to make the law number 12/2022 passed. Thank you so much. That's it that I can be able to share with you, the honorable and the professor, the dignitaries, the students, and the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much again. Thank you so much for this opportunity, giving me the time to speak in this very highly prestigious conference. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your thought-provoking and scholastic speech. It's really, you have given a wonderful speech on the given thing. Once again, I thank you very much, ma'am. Now today we have...
Very nice speech. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now today we have with us the chairperson of this inaugural function, Dr. Davis Kamble. Dr. Davis Kamble is principal of Baba Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri. He is also a chairman of Board of Studies of Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, for the subject Ambedkar Thought. Even he is a secretary of Dr. Ambedkar Education Society, Chanda, Brahmapuri. The more important thing is that he is the brain behind this international conference. So now I request Dr. Davis Kamble sir to deliver presidential address in this international e-conference. Dr. Devesh Kamble, sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I wish Dr. Vinisha Dance ma'am happy Independence Day, because on 17th today it is the Independence Day of Indonesia.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am pleased to articulate that Internet Quality Assurance Cell, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Brahmapuri, is organizing this one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on women empowerment, role of law, society, culture, politics, literature, and media. The inaugurator of today's function, Professor Dr. Vinisha Dance, ma'am, Indonesia, as a chief guest also of this program. Chief guest Dr. M. Anubal Haq, sir, Advocate Supreme Court, Bangladesh. Dr. Chandrakala Diali, madam, Assistant Professor, Amity University, Delhi. Dr. PRL Raja Venkateshan, the keynote speaker of today's function, VIT University, Chennai. The conveners, Dr. Snigdha Kamble, madam, and Dr. D.P. Fujale, organizing members, teachers, delegates, and all participants. I congratulate IQAC for organizing such a wonderful e-conference on a wonderful topic of women empowerment, which is today a center stage of all policies and programs of all governments. And this e-conference will enhance the knowledge of all participants and contribute to the knowledge of empowering women in a larger perspective. I am also glad that we have received several papers from participants and will be published in UGC and care-listed journals, and they therefore will disseminate useful information for the benefit of delegates and students. What is women empowerment actually? It has been defined by several people in several ways. But what is women empowerment? It is recognizing their right on the resources of the nation in a simple term. And what these resources are, this may be social resources, this may be economic resources, business resources, political resources, cultural resources, religious resources, or all type of resources a nation is made of. So we have also, from the address of Vinisha ma'am, we have known that for women's empowerment, political will and modern outlook both are important. Political will is one of the leading aspects which is useful for women empowerment. In India, Madam has told us about Indonesian various laws and legal provisions for empowerment of women. In India also, we have also shown political will. Before independence also, we have various laws to protect women for child marriages, sati prata, that also women's education, and various other fields, so that women could raise the level and be an equal participant in the development of nation. I specifically want to mention Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. While being a member of Government General's Executive Council, he has done various provisions for the development of empowerment of women. For example, limiting the hours of work, maternity leave, provident fund, education for women. In this regard, also, I would also like to mention Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. They have also contributed immensely for the development of and empowerment of women. Dr. Ambedkar also is his name also should be taken post-independence, because a very revolutionary bill which he brought in the Indian Parliament, which is known as Hindu Code Bill, which was not supported by the then government, means you can say that political will was little less at that moment, and he has to resign from his ministerial post. And this comprehensive bill, which was empowering women in their personal laws regarding property, divorce, marriage, personal laws, and he wanted to want the then government to pass this bill and empower the women so that they can equally contribute to the development of the nation. Later, as time passed, government of India has part by part enacted all the provisions of this Hindu Code Bill, and in 73, when we have passed the local self-government, we have given political rights also to women by giving 33% reservation in political bodies at lower level. However, at the higher level, in state legislature and union legislature, the political will is still lacking, but we are progressing in that way, and in near future we will see that 33% at least women will represent the people in the union parliament and the state legislatures. The next thing I want to say is that a modern outlook. Political will is the one aspect and modern outlook is the other aspect. What modernity means? Modernity means having outlook depending upon the principles of equality, fraternity, justice, and liberty. Liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice. Unless we ensure all women these principles, we cannot be a modern state, and we cannot be a developed country, because unless women are empowered, no country can claim to be a developed country. I also want to quote Dr. Ambedkar in this regard. He says that laws are laws only if society recognizes. Country can pass several laws empowering women, but if the society do not recognize that laws, the laws are useless. So, on this juncture, I want to say that society there should be a social education. Society should be educated on these various aspects of women empowerment. Distributing the natural resources, distributing the cultural resources, social resources, political resources, so that women should have an important place in society, so that they can contribute equally for the development of the nation. No nation can be developed without women empowerment, because women constitute nearly 50% of the population of India. And therefore, this topic of women empowerment is very important for every nation who seeks for development. I thank the organizers, the manager committees who has chosen such as an important topic for today's e-conference, and this e-conference will certainly provide, add to the knowledge for the policymakers, the nation builders, the social workers, the political workers, and the religious workers, so that they can collectively work together, and we see and empower women in the near future. Thank you very much. Thank you. I extend my heartiest greetings and best wishes to the organizers and participants of this international e-conference. I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance and pouring new insight into our mind. Now I call upon Dr. Umesh Hardi, the member of the organizing committee,
Now I
to propose a vote of thanks for this inaugural session. After the completion of the inaugural session, very soon the keynote address session will be
Speaker,
conducted.
mic off कर दो भाई. Mic echo हो रहा है.
A vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Thank you. I am thankful to Dr. Devesh Kamble sir, the chairperson of the inaugural session of this international e-conference, for giving his valuable time and for motivating us to conduct academic activities in the college. I extend a deep sense of gratitude towards Dr. Vinetia Dens ma'am for enlightening us and sharing valuable thoughts. I thank the chief guests such as Advocate Bhupesh Patil sir, Dr. M. Enamul Haq sir, Dr. Chandrakara Diyali ma'am, Dr. PRL Raj Venkateshan sir, Dr. Snigdha Kamble ma'am, Dr. D.B. Puljale sir, all the organizing committee members, delegates, and participants. Thank you very much. Now, the keynote address will be delivered by Dr. PRL Raj Venkateshan sir. I hand over the session to Dr. Snigdha madam to introduce him. Dr. Snigdha Kamble ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I am going to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. PRL Raja Venkateshan, hails from state of Tamil Nadu in India. He did Bachelor of Law from Government Law College, Tiruchirappalli during 2003 to 2006, and LLM from School of Legal Studies, Cochin University of Science and Technology from 2006 to 2008. He was awarded PhD in the topic entitled A Study on Public Use of Private Rights with special reference to intellectual property rights in India in 2012 from Department of Legal Studies, University of Madras, Chennai. He was teaching cum research fellow, then senior research fellow, Ministry of Human Resource Development, India, in intellectual property rights, chair in Department of Legal Studies, University of Madras. He has cleared both national eligibility test and state eligibility test. He started his career as a guest faculty from postgraduate department of IPR in Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. Thereafter, worked full-time guest faculty in Department of Legal Studies, University of Madras. Then worked as an assistant professor at School of Law, Sastra University, Tanjapur. Afterward, joined as an assistant professor in VIT School of Law, VIT Chennai campus in the year 2015, and coordinating Center for Research on research on intellectual property laws, and also research coordinator of VIT School of Law, previously holding the post of associate professor and head of the Department of VIT School of Law, VIT Chennai, now working as an associate professor of VIT School of Law and assistant director. His areas of expertise are intellectual property rights, environmental law, competition law, criminal law, cyber law, and media law. He is guiding 3 PhD candidates in VIT School of Law, and one candidate awarded the thesis and external member of doctoral committee for PhD candidates in other institution, and also member of board of studies in Department of Legal Studies, University of Madras. He authored 2 books and published around 87 research papers and delivered a good numbers of lectures on intellectual property rights, criminal law, environmental law, etc. In addition to this, he received 4 research awards from VIT University for exemplary commitment, dedication, and motivation towards research publication in the year of 2015, 2016, 17, 18, and 2021. He has presented papers in more than 80 international national conference and seminar, and presented paper in 15 workshop. He presented a paper in intellectual conference on changing regulation of pharmaceuticals in the topic entitled Patenting of Biosimilar in United States of America in the year 2019 and Nepal in 2022. Moreover, he attended 8 orientation faculty development program and 2 refresher course. He has organized 7 national conference, 9 workshop, 3 international conference as coordinator convener, 4 faculty development program, 4 legal ad camp, and chief editor, associate editor of 3 international journals such as European Journal of Biotechnology and Bioscience, International Journal of Law, and International Journal of Law and Social Science. He acted as a judge in 3 international national moot court competition. Now, I request to Dr. P.R. Raja Venkatesan sir to deliver his speech.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your brief introduction, sir. Is it audible, ma'am? Is it audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir, yes.
You are audible.
Very good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share some of the view as a keynote speaker. Respected professors, respected chief guests, respected research scholars, respected faculty members of various institutions, and respected students and dear participants. Very good morning to one and all. I would like to congratulate the organizer for organizing the international conference on women empowerment. And particularly, we have to concentrate on law, society, culture, politics, literature, and media. Now, the question has arisen that why we have to choose the topic like this? If that is the case, do you think that, still there is a discrimination for the women? First of all, we should know what exactly the women empowerment is all about. It is about the upliftment. It is about the ability to take, the ability to boost the women from one level to next level. When we read the history, the historical part, the empowerment of women was discriminated in so many ways. They never ever permitted to study. They never ever permitted to work. They never ever permitted to get employed. I think all of you will know that those days are proper. And even they never ever given any right. I will tell you the best example from 14th century and the 15th century. If you take an example that in which way the women was exploited, almost all the corner they were exploited. They were never ever permitted. Take an example, there was a system called Devadasi system in those days. And that Devadasi system, the women were treated as a proper. And though previously, even they were doing almost all kind of social service activities to the temple. And once the British people entered in India, then they were forced. They were forced. That is what normally the history speaks. They were forced to dance in front of them, and they were exploited in so many ways. So that, after that, there was a system called Sati. Now the question is, those 600 years were passed. The day when we decided and thought that we have to respect the women and also we have to ensure the rights of the women. What is the issue as of now? And what is the need? And what is the necessity? In which way we have to think about it? And we have to think about the upliftment of the women, which is the order of the day. Take an example, the legal perspective and the social perspective and the cultural perspective. Let me take 2 to 3 areas. One is the property right. Other one is an employment. Third one is an education. Fourth one is a reservation. As far as the property is concerned, we know there are the constitutional provisions which ensure and also guarantee the rights of the women. Take an example, Article 14 of the Constitution. It always speaks about the equality principles. And now the question is whether the equality principle is followed in letter and spirit. Take an example, I will tell you. The intention of the constitutional maker to give the special status to the women, to make sure that they have to be there in almost all the field, they have to give a contribution. That is the reason why in the year of 1992, where the 73rd amendment under the Constitution of India took place, the constitutional amendment, it gives the guarantee to the women that 1/3 of the seat should be reserved to the women. 1/3, either in the rural or urban, in a municipality or panchayat, whatever it may be. Now the question is whether the constitutional amendment through which the women is empowered to contest an election is really achieved. Take an example, I will tell you. Panchayat level system. In panchayat level system, we used to say that the women presidents are there, even women chairmen are there, even either in the rural or urban. But in most of the cases, in reality, they are like a mute spectator. They are not permitted to work full screen. And take an example, either the family member will take over the control or the husband will take over the control. Even if the wife or the woman, if they want to work independently or act independently, despite the fact that constitution permits, but the reality doesn't permit. That is one story is all about. And another one is with regard to an employment. As far as the employment aspect is concerned, we have a legislation, even the constitution also, they have given a guarantee. Take an example, Article 15, subclass 3 of the Constitution of India, where it gives a special power to the state to enact a legislation. That means the government of India has every right to enact legislation for the welfare of the people. They can go for any kind of legislation, including the reservation. That is called as an affirmative action. Affirmative action. And another one is, in case of special legislation, that the government has every right to bring the special provision. There are two connected factors as far as the legal perspective is concerned and also empowerment is concerned. One is constitution permit and the other one is special legislation also permit to make sure that there is an empowerment for you. As far as the constitution is concerned, there are articles. Take an example, Article 14, Article 15, Article 16, Article 39, Article 39A and Article 39B and Article 42. You may wonder that how many, so many articles are there for the welfare of the women, for the empowerment of them. Now, what is the reason? Even starting from the history. First one is Article 39, subclass B. It speaks about equal pay for equal work. irrespective of the whether male, there should not be any discrimination in case of payment. For an example, the people who are in a government service, no problem. Why? Because there will be a pay scale. Even there are legislation through which they will be paid. Take an example, the people those who are working in an unorganized sector. What is the situation and what is the difficulty which they are facing? Because there is no equal pay for the equal work. There is one pay for male, another payment for female. There is a discrimination as far as the equal pay for equal work. Another one is a public employment as per Article 16. As far as the public employment is concerned, there is a census that still in India we have to create an awareness that the children, particularly the girls, students, and also they should come forward, to get a quality education. And take an example in the rural area in India, most of the places, particularly in a panchayat level, we can call it as a primary level education. And they are not getting a quality education in some schools because they are discontinued because of the poverty. And there is a constitutional guarantee that through Article 21, capital A, from Article 6 to 14 years, it is a compulsory that it's a fundamental rights of the children, particularly right to education is a fundamental rights from the age of 6 to 14. But what is the reality? How many of them they are discontinued? What are the way in through which we have to tell them to get an education? Even because there are a lot of discrimination as far as the imparting education is concerned, despite the fact that the government, promise. It may be, either in case of implementation or other way. So that when they are not going to get a quality education, it will affect in a public employment. That means they cannot equally fight with the people who is already, well educated. That is also one of the. Another one is Article 42. It is about maternity benefit. It is about giving special kinds of treatment to the women that is a need of an hour. The previously what happened if you go to the Maternity Benefit Act in the of 1961, so only 12 weeks they are entitled to get a maternity. Now it has been extended from 12 to 26 weeks. What it says, because the empowerment is not in one field, but the empowerment should happen in almost all the fields. That is, but in reality, if it is a government sector or the public sector undertaking, nobody can take the right. Take an example, if the people who are working in a private sector, doesn't mean that almost all the private sector will give the equal right to the women as far as the maternity benefit is concerned. And that is the reason why when we go to the lot of cases are there, not only for the maternity benefit, and also for the women empowerment, we have gone through a lot of cases, you are all well aware of it. The talent of the women and also the meritorious qualification of the women has been crushed by the people, citing the reason that they are women. That cannot be tolerated at any point of time. There are so many cases, we can cite it. Take an example, there was one famous case called C.B. Muttamma versus Union of India. C.B. Muttamma, it was in the year of 1979. Though she was fully qualified to be IFS officer, Indian Foreign Service. There was a rule that Indian Foreign Service Conduct and Discipline Rules, 1961. In that rule, it says that she was denied promotion for grade 1 to next level. Why? Because if she got married, and that is one of the criteria through which she may not be promoted. Then she went to the court and questioned that by saying that I am fully qualified, I am working, but I have to be treated at a par with the man, par with the male. And she cited a reason by saying that it is a clear case of violation of Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India. He used to say that there should not be any discrimination based on the race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth. So just because I am a woman, it doesn't mean that the promotion should be denied. Then the court said, oh yes, this is right. Article 14 violates Article 14 of the Constitution of India. We have to treat everyone equally. There is a male or female. And there is another case also I should cite, that Air India versus Nargis Mirza. That is a famous case, Nargis Mirza. Where what happened, there was a procedure in the year of 1981 where the female, if they want to be a air hostess, and there is a rule that from the date of joining, she should not marry for 4 years from the date of joining in the service. Another one is, if she attained the age of 35, she has to resign from the post. What kind of discrimination it is? So they are fully qualified, and once she attained the age of 35, and then she has to resign. Another provisions also they had included, even she got married or she got she got married after 4 years from the date of joining of the service. If she became pregnant, if she got pregnant, then she has to resign. This kind of discrimination should not be tolerated. That is the reason why she went to the court. But the court of law also has struck down the two provisions. One is that there should not be age restriction. Another one is that the 4 years service from the date of joining, she should not marry for 4 years. That was affirmed, but the latter condition was struck down. That is with regard to there is a judicial decision is always there to guarantee, ensure the constitutional guarantee which is given by our constitutional maker. Another problem is there with regard to the socio-economic political. That is the order of the day. Take an example, right to property. All of you are well aware that the right to property of the women is ensured as per the constitution. What is the history? Normally, the women want to get a property or they want to be economically sound and strong. Why? Because even, for take an example, I will tell you, even if the husband is died or relative also doesn't take care of them, and if she is economically sound and strong, or if she has some property, she can lead the normal life. But what had happened, I will tell you, even in the southern and northern part, and they were not treated at par with the men, even in case of property. Take an example, I will tell you. In a particular family, if there are 3 male member and 1 women member, and the women member will not get any property, but the property will be divided or will be partitioned only between the male member. And this is the one kind of injustice. And then what happened in the year of 2006, we brought an amendment in a Hindu Succession Act by saying that there should be equal right in the property for the women. They also should be treated as a co-person. So that from 2016, the law has changed. Whether you are a male or female, the property should be divided in a equal manner to all of them. It says that the women empowerment was taken into consideration so that the property right was ensured. Then you may ask another question. Yes, sir, it is really followed what is happening in India. And if you are educated, you can ask. If you are illiterate, do you think that how many women they are educated by saying that they are also having an equal right as far as the property is concerned? Take an example, in a rural area. In a rural area, many of them, particularly women, they're not aware that they will get a property right. They can get a property. Even the father and mother died, in the name of, that interstate succession, they can get a property right. No, they are not aware of it. And what they will do, they will merely get a signature from the female member, either by the brother or the relative, by saying that, we have given some amount during the marriage so that you should not pressurize us to give the property. That is also is, one kind of discrimination to the women. Another one is, I will tell you, recently there are debate as far as the women empowerment is concerned. Particularly, there are a lot of debate as far as the crimes against women are concerned. And there is a bureau called National Crime Record Bureau. In that, through that bureau, they used to take all the report every year by saying that, what all the offenses are happening, how many offenses happened in a particular district. Take an example, in case of kidnapping, in case of abduction, in case of robbery, in case of crimes against women, the crime rate is increasing, despite the fact that we have enacted so many legislation for the welfare of the women. You may say that, sir, what all the legislations are there for the welfare of the women in order to ensure the empowerment of women? India is a country where we have started to enact a legislation for the empowerment of the women even from 1961. Take an example, we have a legislation called Dowry Prohibition Act in the year of 1961, through which either giving dowry and accepting dowry both are offense. But to tell me how many, the women, particularly the after marriage, within 1 year or 2 years, they used to commit suicide. Why? Because their parents are not able to give the dowry. Dowry. Many of them, even there are the suicide rate in the dowry, demanding the dowry by one person, and it's very difficult to give the dowry. That is the reason why there will be a one kind of cruelty, either in the physical cruelty or mental cruelty to the married women. That is the reason why they used to commit suicide. Then it happened. But what I know, the reality shows, despite the fact that Dowry Prohibition Act is enacted, but in reality, it is not implemented in state. We can say that there are so many legislation like Equal Remuneration Act 1976. There is another legislation called Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956. Because we should know this legislation. Why? Because directly there is a connection towards the empowerment of women and also the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. And in the year of 1999, where there was, an incident happened in the West Bengal, where the sex workers was murdered by the one of the customer in a brothel place. And then what happened? Then the police filed a case, and the name of the accused was Udedev Karmaskar, and he was convicted by the trial court and awarded the life sentences. That means life imprisonment. That was affirmed and confirmed by the High Court also. But he went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court once said, what is the rights of the sex workers? And do they have any right? Just because they are a woman, it doesn't mean that their right has to be denied, because they are also a human being. If you read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948, there it has been clearly mentioned that all are born equal and also with a dignity. Now, the question is, can you apply those concepts here? Because here, the people they have involved in the sex work, they also have to be treated with the dignity. That is what the Supreme Court of India time and again repeated and also affirmed. And they gave a direction to the central government and state government by saying that you issue the ration card to them. You issue the the basic needs, they have to get it. Just because they have involved this kind of, work, it doesn't mean that you have to punish them, not to give the ration card to them. And even the Supreme Court of India also appointed a committee in the year of 2016 to find a ways and means to go for rehabilitation, to go for resettlement, and giving an awareness to them that how they have to come forward. Why? Because the report says that more than 68 lakhs of people they have involved in the sex works. And what would be the methodology and the idea and the strategy the government of India has? And in 2016, the amicus curiae, they submitted a report before the Supreme Court, and they gave some guidelines, suggestions, by saying that these are the suggestions has to be followed. And what is in the reality? Normally, what will happen, I will tell you, the people who have involved this kind of sexual work, against whom the case will be filed under section 3, 4, 5, 7 of the Moral Traffic Prevention Act. But the reality is that nobody go to the particular provision by choice, but because of the poverty. Because of the poverty. But if they go because of the poverty, you have to find a ways and means to rehabilitate them, to tell them that this kind of profession you should not go. Rather, because you have to give a lot of vocational training, or how to find out their jobs to them, so that they don't need to go for that kind of sexual works. And recently also the government of India, they brought a bill in case of sexual workers rehabilitation bill, and they have given a lot of suggestions on that, so that as far as the women empowerment is concerned, and by way of enacting a legislation like this, the right and all, they have to make sure that they should not be discriminated and they should not be exploited in any way. Another one, there is a legislation called Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971. And there is another legislation called Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques, Prohibition of Sex Selections Act in the year of 1994. And particularly one more legislation I would like to point here. The legislation is called the Sexual Harassment of Women at Work. Let me to repeat it again. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2003. Then we have to Now connect these legislation with regard to the empowerment of women. How? And women is permitted by the Constitution of India study. Once they studied, they got a job. They should not be discriminated even in the workplace in the name of sexual harassment, in the name of sexual favor. And we had the government has constituted a committee called the Visa Committee. In case there is any sexual exploitation or sexual favor or any torture happen to the women during the workplace, and there is an internal complaint committee. To that committee, the victim can give a complaint. Even in that committee, majorities are the women. They will conduct an inquiry, submit a report. Based on the report, action will be taken. That is what the women will not be they face any kind of sexual harassment. That is also one kind of development as far as women empowerment is concerned. What is the reality? We have to look at the other part of the story also. As far as the women empowerment is concerned, the majority are working in a private sector, not in a public sector. Take an example, I can say so many sectors like a banking sector and others. Even the crime rate is increasing day by day. And despite the fact that we have a lot of legislation for the empowerment of the women. Recently, there was one case where I read it with regard to the empowerment of women as far as the property dispute between the husband and the wife. And take an example, I will tell you. The husband was working in an abroad and the wife was taking care of the family. And he used to spend the amount and also transfer the amount to the wife in India. And what she did is, she purchased the land on her name, but the amount it was sent by her husband. 20 years, she used to come and again. After 20 years, he had decided to stay back in India, not to go abroad. Now, there was a difference of opinion between the husband and the wife. Then she had decided to sell her property. Why? Because the property in her name. Now the question has arisen. Despite the fact that the income through which the property is purchased by the wife, and the wife alone can sell the property without getting, without knowing to the husband. What court of law said, wife is not entitled to sell the property. But there is another aspect also they had discussed. What is the role of the housewife? And why? Because in most of the places in India, the rights of the housewife, particularly the domestic workers, was not recognized. What the court said, you should not underestimate the woman who is taking care of the household work, because they are working day and night. They are like in a 24/7 they are working. And as a husband, you are working for an 8 hours and you are working in a particular place, you are peacefully working. Why? Because it is because of the wife. And because he is working is a 24/7, so that you should recognize a right and you have to divide the property. Despite the fact that you purchase the property and you have to divide the property. This is the new kinds of dimension as far as the empowerment of women is concerned. Then you ask, and also the participants should know that what are the emerging issues are there as far as the empowerment of women is concerned, either in a law and the society and the politics. My concentration is basically in a legal perspective. Why? Because though the number of law has been enacted, there is a problem as far as the implementation is concerned. We have a stringent law, we have a stringent provision, we have a lot of benefit. Take an example, I will tell you. Even the government of India in the year of 1992 had appointed one commission called the National Commission for Women. And the role of the commission is to take even the sumo action whenever the injustice happen to anybody in anywhere in the. I can cite a few examples where there was an injustice happened to them. The best example is a Manipur incident, and it shaked the entire India. Because in a broad daylight, the woman was treated in a way she was never ever tolerated by anybody. The woman was harassed, woman was raped, and woman also physically assaulted. And if the incident, I'm just telling about one or two incidents, there are so many incidents we can see. But whenever there is a law and order in all over India, we should not permit even a single woman could be targeted physically and otherwise in a situation like this. Now you ask the question, what law says and what the machinery will do. Legally, it is a punishment. Whoever involved this kind of activities will be prosecuted under Indian Penal Code, Section 376 of Indian Penal Code, and also other related provisions. And now, on the one side, there is a concept of empowerment. On the other side, there is an exploitation. On the third side, still there is the target is a woman. What we have to do, and another issue also will arise. Just because if you give the stringent punishment, that can be avoided. Just because you more the punishment like a life imprisonment, even the death sentence, the crime rate will be reduced. What we have to do, we have to create an awareness even to the children. They have to respect the women. They have to respect the female. Particularly, we have to teach them even from school age. Take an example. We have to tell them that what is the importance to protect the women, what is the important to recognize the rights of the women. If you create an awareness so that in the future, the rights of the women will be upheld, even the empowerment of women also, because given under the Constitution of India in the name of the guarantee, will be ensured. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all.
Rao. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful talk on women empowerment. You talk about rights of women as well as sexual harassment of women at workplace, as well as different types of harassment. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I call upon Dr. Fuljale, sir, propose vote of thanks.
Posing the vote of thanks, there is a question to you, sir. Sir, for you, there is a question there is a continuous police surveillance in this area.
Sir, repeat your question, sir.
Raja Venkateshan, sir. Am I audible to you? Hello.
Now only it is audible, sir. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
question from Chandu Patil. Is
Okay.
it justifiable that the continuous police surveillance day and night in Ganga Jamuna area of Nagpur, the area known for sex workers, is it justifiable? There is a continuous police surveillance in Ganga Jamuna area of Nagpur, the area known for sex workers.
Okay. Good question. First of all, when you go to the rights of the sex workers, we have a legislation in 1860. In that 1860, not we had enacted, even the Thomas Babington Macaulay, he was he was a member of the Law Commission in the British. He enacted a legislation and the provision like 366A, 366B, and 370 and 370A of Indian Penal Code, through which whoever involved, either buying or selling or transporting or hiring the girls for the purpose of prostitution should be prosecuted. That is on the one side. On the other side, with the consent, if it is voluntary, what we have to do. As far as in India, either the sex work per se is not illegal. Even the prostitution itself is not illegal if it's done by an individual in a place, not in a public place. But if they do, if they put it like a commercialized way or organized like a group, and also they are doing it in a public place, then only the Immoral Traffic Act will come into picture. On the other side, I will tell you, even the state like, there are few states in India, there is a demand that rights of the sex worker has to be protected. And now, instead of telling, not we, that is the Supreme Court and also the Constitution, and also the parliamentarian, time and again, they used to ensure the rights of the women, because just because they are in a sex work doesn't mean that we have to, we have to treat in a different way. They have a right to dignity. There are two ways we have to do. One is that we have to give the rehabilitation. Another one is that we have to tell them that what are the way you have been affected. What are the way in which, for an example, I will tell you particularly there are diseases. I think many of you are well aware of it. There is a legislation like section 268 and 269 particularly of the Indian Penal Code, through which whoever is a recent began infection of diseases to others, and also reason begin infect the disease to others, should be prosecuted. Normally for the sex workers, few cases like this will be filed. And in addition to the Immoral Traffic Act, instead of accusing the sex workers and why they are doing this kind of activities, they have to find a ways and means with how we have to uplift them, how we have to create an awareness to them, how we have to give the training to them. That would be a viable option. Any other question? Professor?
Any question from participants? No question. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. I am sorry to announce you that our resource person of the next session, Dr. Chandrakara Diyali ma'am, to emergency reason could not join the conference. So that's why after this session we will going to conduct the paper presentation session. So now I'm going to propose vote of thanks to all the guests of the conference. I'm thankful to Dr. Devesh Kamble, the chairperson of inaugural function of this e-conference. I also extend my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Venetia Dance, who delivered inaugural speech.
Thank you.
I'm very much thankful to keynote speaker, Dr. PRL Raja Venkateshan sir, who for delivering the good deliverance on the given theme. I'm thankful to Dr. Snigdha Kamble madam, the convener of the conference, for taking pen and conducting conference in a well-organized manner. I thank all the respected participants for patiently listening this conference. I extend special love towards Dr. Naresh Patil, Dr. Umesh Hardeskar for technical support. Once again, I thank all of you for making the conference a grand success. Thank you very much. Now, the paper presentation will be conducted. Thank you so much.
Sir, this is Sania Shiurkar, the participant
Yeah,
of the
sure.
conference.
Sure. Sir, begin. Now, Harde sir, please begin.
Thank you, sir. Now I call Dr. Fuljali sir, the chairperson of the paper presentation session. Dr. Fuljali sir.
Thank you, Harde sir. There are such a long, extensive list of expert presenters. So without wasting time, I call upon
फुलझेले सर, तुमचं नेटवर्क इश्यू येत आहे.
Sir, your bandwidth is very low.
Very low.
Yeah. So I call upon Sania Shiurkar to give the presentation.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries present in the conference. Myself, Ms. Sania Ullas Shiurkar. I am a B Pharmacy graduate and I have done Masters in Business Administration, specialized in Human Resource Management. And apart from this, I am also a research scholar of the management. So today, the paper which I will be presenting is, the title of the paper is Empowering Half, Enriching Whole, the Transformative Role of Women Empowerment in Nation Building. As we all know, India is a developing country and lot many parameters that has been taken care of while we are saying that it's a developing country. But at the similar point, we cannot ignore the contribution of the women who have done for the development of the country. So that is known as the woman empowerment, as we all know. And empowerment does not mean the position or does not mean having a sense of the spending capacity or not having the sense in making the money, but also empowerment means to enriching the whole of the woman community. So in the introductory part, I have mentioned some of the examples or the definitions basically. That is, it is nothing but the process of change which gives a greater freedom of choice of the action to the individual. Woman empowerment is a pivotal factor in the holistic development of any nation. So basically, my paper explores how woman empowerment plays a crucial role in nation building by enhancing the economic growth, by enhancing the social development, and also by fostering the sustainable progress. So objective of my paper is basically, this is completely a secondary data based paper. So I have done lot many research article review to go get up to the information which I have already kept in my paper. So the objective is to know what woman empowerment is basically. And the second is to know various parameters where woman empowerment plays a vital role in the sense of nation building. Regarding methodology, the present research paper is completely descriptive in nature. Use of the secondary data is already been made by referring various research articles, blogs, or the magazines regarding the same issue. So basically what empowerment is all about, as I have already stated down, it is not only to earn the money, but some points we need to keep in mind when we want to boost particularly the woman empowerment of our country. That is by providing the best education and the skill development to the women. Second is by increasing their political participation in the governance and also in decision making of the country. And third is by social development and cultural shift. So empowering women economically leads to a substantial increase in the nation's gross domestic product. A woman gain access to education, job opportunities, and entrepreneurial resources, become important contributors to the workforce. When we are considering the data worldwide, that is 40% of the workload is being shared by the women laborers in the country. So studies have been shown that the economies where women are actively involved in the work tend to be more resilient and dynamic as well. And conclusion, like depending on these 3 points, the conclusion which I have made is woman empowerment is not just a goal in itself. It is basically a catalyst for the holistic development of the nation building. By ensuring women's equal participation in all sectors of the society, nation can harness the potential of their human capital, leading to the growth economically, also by enhancing the social development and by progressing of the sustainable development also. So as women rise, nation rises with them. It is a very age-old phenomena which we all know. In Marathi, we used to say एका घरातली स्त्री शिकली आणि त्या 7 पिढ्यांचा तिने उद्धार केला. That is nothing but true. That is the real empowerment in terms of the woman which we can state. So the paper suggests the overall empowerment of the woman and it's important for the development of the country. Empowerment should be like in a 360 degree, not in a partial one. That is how I have said that the empowerment is not only related to the amount of money they are earning, but in terms of their development overall. So this is nothing but my paper content. So thank you so much for giving me the chance to present my work. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Stania Shiurkar. Now I call upon Jyoti Kamble Madam
Sir, shall I
to
leave
give
the
her
meet?
presentation. Jyoti Kamble Madam,
Yes.
are you audible? No problem. Okay. Jyoti Kamble Madam is here. Would you like to present the paper? Jyoti Kamble Madam. Okay. Now I call upon Deepa K. Damodaran. Deepa K. Damodaran to present. Now I call upon.
Yes, sir.
Now I call upon Deepa K. Damodaran ma'am to give presentation.
Yes, sir.
Deepa Damodaran.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Sir, is my screen visible?
Okay. She's sharing screenshot,
Yes, sir.
sharing the screen. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we know a lot more than we did even a decade ago about violence against women and its impact on women's victims' health and well-being. However, while trying to answer questions on effective strategies to stop or prevent this social evil, it's important for us to look beyond its multidimensional impact and consider the crucial role of women empowerment. The present conceptual review, based on scholarly articles and great literature, tries to explore how addressing violence against women contributes to women empowerment. Specifically, it deals with the extent of the problem, its multiple dimensions, various societal forces behind its negative impact, alarming concerns related to its prevalence, the link between violence and women empowerment, violence as a barrier to sustainable development, and the need for multi-pronged approach to prevention. According to UN reports, 30% of women globally and 34% in Southeast Asia experience physical and or sexual violence. India ranks third, that is with 35% of prevalence after Bangladesh and Timor-Leste in Southeast Asia on the prevalence of violence in intimate relationships. The major forms of violence in India are physical and or sexual intimate partner violence, lifetime non-partner sexual violence, and child marriage. Violence against women takes many forms, such as domestic violence, sexual abuse, marital crimes, different forms of marital crimes like forced marriage, marital rape, and various forms of killings like female infanticide, sexual rape, abortion, dowry deaths, honor killings, witchcraft accusations on related mothers, then harassment, and online violence, that's a newer form of violence with cyberbullying, non-consensual sexting, doxing, etc. And there are other forms of violence also related to certain cultural and traditional practices like honor killings, acid attacks, early marriages, and female genital mutilation. There are specific forces, specifically three major forces, society forces, which are prevalent in any society. And these are devaluation of women, power inequity, and the idea that women are property. Various sociocultural factors such as gender stereotypes, discriminatory gender norms in society, and also such norms related to marriage and family also promote violence. Childhood adversity such as witnessing domestic violence or being a victim of it definitely contributes to it when the victim reaches adulthood. Then hearing loss, inefficient legal and judicial mechanism, then social situations of conflict, war, and emergencies, then psychiatric morbidity, including substance abuse. All this nourishes the form of violence in society. All these factors are relevant to the Indian context also at varying contexts. The impact of violence is multidimensional, as it's shown here, which include health, economic, developmental, and human rights aspects, in addition to being both short-term and long-term. This can be evident in various life stages also. But what is peculiar here is with the nature of this kind of violence is that alarming concerns regarding its pervasive nature and its tendency to sustain the society. There are various reasons for this. For example, underreporting of violence, then erring laws, and non-compliance of nations with international standards, then absence of adequate database in nations. In India, we solely rely on the reports of the National Crime Records Bureau. Then proximity of victims to the perpetrators, particularly while considering the nature of violence. All these are the alarming concerns we have to consider while taking adequate measures to stop or prevent this form of violence. women empowerment being a multidimensional process, a time-taking process, has to be carried out international, national, community level, and individual levels following these 7 principles put forth by United Nations. Thus, we need a multi-pronged approach through various strategies at individual, community, and societal level. It focuses on trauma-informed and healing approaches through institutional approaches, then gender equality, then offering access to healthcare and family planning, then right-based approach and collective action, then economic empowerment of women, education, legal and policy frameworks, then addressing the intersections of marginalization and violence, then addressing digital violence, and also using technology for empowering women. Due to time constraints, I'm not going to the details of this. Violence against women is a barrier to sustainable development. When 2 specific SDGs, SDG 5 and 16, directly address these forms of violence, several targets among other SDGs also intend to prevent and reduce this critical issue. SDGs implicitly accept that violence against women is avoidable and it has a negative impact on both the development objective and the well-being of women in particular. Philo et al. In 2022 has made some specific recommendations related to SDG implementation for focusing gender in the context of delivery of these goals. And another major strategy or weapon to deal with this social evil and promote women empowerment is through research. Research in following areas will be revealing much about the issue, factors related to it, and effective strategies, etc. We many times get a Western perspective regarding the prevalence also, but it's more of prevalent in Southeast Asian, Sub-Saharan African countries. So we need to have global South perspectives. Then while taking up studies, we need to include both quantitative and qualitative designs into the same investigation. So we are offered with in-depth understanding about this issue. Then we also need to focus on the additional areas like cultural context and intersectionality, then intergenerational impact of this violence, technology and digital violence in both positive and negative terms, valuation of policies, etc. So to conclude, violence against women is a powerful, multidimensional, invisible social evil. Acknowledging it and taking active steps to prevent or reduce it and empowering women is essential for the future, present and future welfare of society. Thank you.
Okay, very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon Assistant Professor Sonu Rajak to present the paper. Assistant Professor Sonu Rajak to present the paper. And now I call upon Muhammad Amiri to present the paper. Now I call upon Muhammad Amiri to present the paper.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Huh?
Am I audible?
Yeah. You are audible. You start your presentations in a brief way.
Okay.
Please present the abstract.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just a minute. First of all, thank you for all those who made these events happen, and a very thank for to Dr. Rajavin Katisan for his precious talks about the legal perspective of women's empowerment. As he said, passing bill or passing law for women's empowerment is easy, but implementing of them are very necessary and very important. In all society, in all countries, as I am from Afghanistan, a different country than India, which India and Afghanistan have almost same culture. It means they have same culture almost. So the women's issues are a little bit different. My name is Mohammad Amiri, a PhD scholar from MU, Aligarh Muslim University, and I am doing PhD in international relations, which my research topic is Indo-Afghan relations since 2001. At first, my paper is Women Empowerment in Politics and Economics, Challenges and Issues. In this article, an attempt has been made to examine the issues, challenges of women's empowerment in the world of politics and economics from the perspective of gender inequality. Here, some introduction is about women's empowerment. What is women empowerment? Women and girls make up about half of the world population. However, their voices, talents, experiences, and contribution are mostly ignored or unvalued by the partial society. Women suffer the most damage due to their low economic status and being dependent on men from an economic point of view. The purpose of empowering women is to prevent seclusion and eliminate the sense of alienation of women in different fields of society, and it guarantees a quality of life for them. Women were in ignorance of society at all times. Even they were more marginalized at ancient time as compared to today's societies. Today, the majority of countries in the world focus on empowering of women in all aspects, and this agenda become on the top of the list of many government plans and programs as an important issue. As all we know, in the 21st century, the inequality of women and their weak participation in all fields cannot benefit the world. Therefore, by participation of women in all aspects such as education, national activities, social progresses, trade, economic, political activities, and international relations will help women economic self-sufficiency as well as help a country flourish and progress. In this page, some issues and problems which women are facing in third world countries are mentioned. Women face challenges mostly in third world countries that causes women not able to get their basic rights in some societies. The challenges and issues which women face in third world countries are as follows. In the field of education, inequality, considering women as inferior to men, which is a root in a culture and tradition, mostly in third world countries, low position in the family, domestic violences, dowry and bride burning, which is mostly happen in India, selective abortions and female infanticide, sexual harassment, child and undermarriage, which is mostly happen in countries such as Afghanistan and Pakistan. In this page, some major problem of modern women which are facing are mentioned. Challenge and problems do not only affect women in the third world countries, but in first and second world countries. It means in modern countries.
Conclude.
In women's
Mr.
countries
Mohammad
also.
Amiri, kindly
Yes.
conclude because there are number of participants. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Go to the findings and conclusion.
Okay. As a conclusion, we come to a conclusion. The word empowerment of men entrusting authorities and responsibility to a person, which means that in a society, all classes should feel equal in all social affairs. The term women empowerment means women should achieve empowerment in the social, economic, educational, political, and legal fields. According to Shah and Varol have, the idea of empowering women may seem difficult in the yard, but what is needed is a concentrated and hardworking efforts in this direction to liberate women from any evil in society. To eliminate the challenges for women's empowerment in the 21st century, all countries are forced to make change in their process of governance and try to eliminate the culture and inequality and hardship. The empowerment of women in all fields and gender equality is a necessary thing to ensure the development and progress of country, and it brings prosperity and honor in the society. Therefore, only the initiative of the governments will not be enough to achieve this goal, and society should work on creating an empowerment free of gender discrimination so that women feel equal from the full opportunity to make decisions and participate in social, political, economic life of the country. This will increase the intellectual and value system of women, which will lead to a development of a good family, a good society, and finally a good nation. Thank you all for pay attention. That was my paper all about.
Very nice presentation. Now I call upon Dr. K. Anbazagan. Dr. K. Anbazagan. Am I audible to you? Dr. K. Anbazagan? Dr. K. Anbazagan, would you like to present the paper? Dr. K. Anbazagan? Now I call upon Shempong. Now I call upon Shempong to present the paper. Mr. Shempong, I am ready. I am audible to you. Miss Meera Bhadre, kindly present the paper. I call upon Meera Bhadre.
Yes, sir. Heard you, sir. I'll start sharing.
Okay, okay. No problem. You share.
Morning, sir. Can you, am I audible and is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. No problem.
Right,
You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you. I know there is paucity of time, so I'll try to be as precise as possible. Good afternoon. My presentation today is on my research paper, Women in the Indian Armed Forces, Role of Politics, Society and Laws. I was a bit disappointed when I did not read about women in the military in the given sub-themes and themes. So I thought that this will be a good opportunity for me to bring about the role of military in the empowerment of women. Just to begin with what the research paper gets its inspiration from. So women in the Indian Armed Forces have it's not a new phenomena. The pre-independent military history dates back all the way to our queens, warrior queens. A more modern military participation happened in the First World War and Second World War, when Indian women actually worked as auxiliaries for the British in their war effort. Coming to post-independent history, we saw that Indian women were allowed in the Indian Armed Forces only in medical roles. It was only in 1992 that we saw women joining the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force in non-medical roles. and picking up appointments as logistics officers and education officers and law officers, or basically joining the JAG department, the Judge Advocate General. Today, if you look at the current scenario, there have been a lot of changes: award of permanent commission, the opening of NDA for girl cadets. You also see women who are being inducted as fighter pilots. They are being trained for those combat roles, which was, which was an elusive appointment for them for the last 30 years that they've been part of the military establishment. Today, you also see women as sailors, as jawans, in non-officer roles. So basically, that is a major milestone that we are inducting women in non-officer roles, or technically known as the personnel below officer rank appointments. Now, opening, of course, there are some new streams and roles also which are opened for them. This is the data that I have gathered from the Press Information Bureau archives, the strength of women officers in the Air Force, Navy, and the Army. As you see, of course, it is minuscule compared to the, when you see the ratio of men to women, but at 6%, 4% and 13% in Army, Navy, Air Force respectively, the women officers are participating in the Indian military. If you look at the number of officers who have earned permanent commission, that's even less. And when I say permanent commission, my dear friends, this is, these are women who will continue to be in the Army. So as of now, as short service commissioned officers, women are allowed to be a part of the military only for 10/13 or 14 years. So this is the current scenario in the Indian Navy, sorry, in the Indian Armed Forces, excuse the typo there, but you have Agniveers who have joined, Corps of Military Police, which are the Jawans in the Army, and you have Agniveer Vayu. Coming to the problem statement, women in the Indian Armed Forces have participated in an occupation which was considered non-traditional and masculine for the last 3 decades. Therefore, a close examination of the multiple factors that influence the nature and the scope of their military participation is needed for evaluating their status as equal citizens in a democratic society. I began my literature using, of course, feminist writings and readings. There were some who were anti-militarist who said women do not need to join the military. Some said they need to join, and how they can alter the landscape of democratic participation. I also read up something on military sociology by the given thinkers. Some military journals were also read. I'm not going to go through concept of empowerment. My fellow participant, Sanya, I think, had discussed it. The key themes, though, from my review of literature was there is shortage of manpower, there is a role of political economy, there is a role of international politics, there is a role of gender parity in society, there is role of state, paramount role of state, and of course, there is a lot of political posturing. The objectives are to basically look at the linkages between politics, society, and laws to understand how this process of women's military participation functions and operates within the forces. Methodology, of course, descriptive research, a lot of intensive reading on the feminist literature, also archives from Ministry of Defense, and a cross-sectional study. Assumptions were that women's empowerment in the armed forces is two-dimensional. This is very important. It can be measured not just in terms of head count. There were so many women there are so many women in the Navy, Air Force, but basically the roles that they perform, or simply glass ceiling effect. If a particular woman officer has been able to reach a higher rank. So this is how we are assuming the concept of empowerment works within the military. Scope is, of course, women officers. I'm not including women doctors, but only women officers. And of course, the limitation of my study is this is simply a quantitative study, not a qualitative study. What are my findings? So, of course, there is a role of politics, society, and laws which impacts the policy making regarding women in the armed forces. It is a complex process. Number one, how are politics, women, and the military linked or associated? So in Indian context, role of state is very important. So far Indian state has incorporated and altered its policies towards women's military participation in a very piecemeal manner. From in 92 was the first time in PV Narasimha Rao's government that Mr. Sharad Pawar, who was the defense minister at the time, started the rather initiated the first policy called Women's Special Entry Scheme that saw women for the first time being inducted in non-medical roles in the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. Today, if you see 2014 onwards, you see a major or a massive change in the entire canvas of women who are, who are participating and who want to participate. You see Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao Abhiyan, which has given a fillip to the idea of women as workforce. So even if you look at the symbols or the images at the Republic Day parade or even in policy briefs, you see women in uniform have become symbols of women empowerment. Why? So that's the question. So the state definitely recognizes women as a critical vote today, which in turn has given a fillip or a boost to women-centric policies even in the military. Lastly, international politics has also played an important role. United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1325 mandates that UN peacekeeping operations will ensure maximum participation of women. So India, by the way, also sends the maximum women on UN peacekeeping operations to Africa and the other countries that need it. NATO countries have also shown a rise in women's participation. Second, society, women and the military. UN Women, I have used the website UN Women and the data, and it shows that India is not exactly at the right, I would say, juncture of achieving gender equality, because it is still low. India has ranked 112th, which is a slip up actually. But yes, a lot is being done. There is the social protection and the social sector initiatives show that women are being given encouragement. I would want to discuss that a McKinsey Global Institute report says that if you improve women's status and
Please conclude.
Right, sir. All right. So just to conclude, okay, so societal parameters include the social, cultural, and the economic parameters, which also impact how and to what extent women participate in the military. Last, judiciary. Very important. In the last 3 years, we saw 3 Supreme Court rulings, one which gave award of PC to army officers, women officers, second, naval women officers, and third, opening NDA for girls. So of course, all this shows that judicial intervention led to sustained participation. It led to strengthening democratic legitimacy and gender parity. In conclusion, society, politics, and laws, all three play a major role in the nature and the scope of women's military participation. I think a robust network of political, societal, and judicial process has resulted in a makeover of the landscape of women's military participation. There is scope for further research. There are other factors that also impact women in the armed forces, like popular culture. There are some military factors, there are some cultural factors. So there is a big literature gap on account of qualitative analysis, because you simply don't want to say these number of women in the armed forces indicate women empowerment. You need to know what roles they play, what operations they do, what duties they perform. So women empowerment definitely is closely related to all these three. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meera, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Sini PM from Kerala. Am I audible to you? Miss Sini? Sini PM from Kerala. Am I audible to you?
Hello. Hello.
Am I audible to you, Miss Sini PM Kerala?
Sir.
Yeah.
Shampang. Previously, you asked me to present.
Now I call upon Shepang to give presentation.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I
You're
audible?
Yes. Yeah, sure. You're audible.
Good morning, everyone, especially to the organizers. I would begin my presentation. I'm going to present on mental health and women empowerment. Hello?
Yes,
Can you
you
hear?
are audible. You may proceed. You are audible.
Okay, okay.
Be
So,
brief. Be brief. Huh?
okay, okay, sir. So, yes, here is my presentation. Just as physical health and reproductive health is very important, when we talk about women health, also mental health equally play an important role. And women empowerment, we can say it is incomplete without women having sound mental health. However, we see very often other aspects of women's health are considered, but mental health are very often neglected. So the objective of my study here is to find out the prevalence of mental health problems in women and to find out the determinants that contribute to poor mental health in women. So methodology, I review various articles and especially WHO documents. And the findings is that certain mental health issues are very common in women, and these are responsible by certain psychosocial factors that are existing in the society. Just around 450 million people suffer from mental health in the world, and we see here, just see at the screen, and certain issues related to mental health. And in India also we see this data about the prevalence of mental health problem. And when it comes to women mental health, so we see here certain mental health issues such as depression, anxiety. These are very common in women as compared to men. And we see here, just look at the data, the common of this issue, depressive disorder, for example, it is a
Mr.
9.5%.
Shepang, please come to the findings and conclusion. Please come to the finding and conclusion.
Yes,
because many more participants are there. They want to present the paper. Please
yes,
come to the
this is,
finding and conclusion.
yes, this is part of the finding, the commonness of the depressive disorders and anxiety disorders and suicide. Also, we see here certain, especially in China, suicide is common in women than in men. Yes, this is what I want to share, especially why when we talk about women empowerment, and we say that without women having sound mental health, we don't achieve women empowerment. And why mental health issues such as depression and anxiety is very common among women. We see these are some of the main causes, that gender-based injustice, inequality, issues such as forced sterilization, denial of privacy, dignity, lack of consent in matters related to women's body. This all affected women's mental health. Patriarchal system, pressures from husbands and in-laws, lack of employment, and finance independence, domestic violence, sexual violence. All these are the issues, psychosocial issues that are contributing to poor mental health of women, and that affect women empowerment in our society. In conclusion, I would say, just as I have said, mental health is part and parcel of holistic health, and especially when we talk about women empowerment. And as we see, certain issues like depression, anxiety, very common in men due to determinants such as male dominance and domestic violence, sexual abuse, child marriage. So the gap we see is still wide between what we talk in theory about women empowerment, and in practice we still find that it is a very worrying situation, and therefore to achieve women empowerment, I feel that we still need to do a lot in terms of both theory, practice, and in the laws of our countries. So this is all I wanted to present. So here are some of the references. Okay, thank you everyone.
Okay, for nice presentation. Now I call upon Srini PM from Kerala to give presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. You start your presentation, but be brief.
Okay, sir. Thank you. My topic is A Garden Nurtured by God, a reading of Sri Purusha Tulana. This paper aims to mold the contemporary procreation, cognizant of the astounding aspire and schemes women underwent to reach the present status. With the commencement of the 20th and close of 19th century, a brand of leadership, including those of women, came forward to change the society. Their boldness, tenacity, astuteness, and certitude in the doom and loss entailed oblations that led to their gradual empowerment in society. It owes much to social reform and British policies, especially education. Many of them had to encounter stonewalling oppression at every level, from the family, group, area of functioning, and repugnant government in power. Tarabai Shinde, by writing Sri Purusha Tulana, pioneered the voice of feminism by criticizing upper caste patriarchy. The first part of the title is taken from a Marathi saying used by her to explain the status of women in her contemporary society. This is prepared by reading a Malayalam translation of her work done by a writer named Manasi. Apart from introduction and conclusion, this paper proceeds through subtitles such as methodology, discussion, Tarabai Shinde, contextualizing the text, A Garden Nurtured by God, and Sri Purusha Tulana. Tarabai Shinde is the first Indian female literary critic. She was born into a prosperous Maratha family in Buldana, and she lived between 1850 and 1910. Sri Purusha Tulana, that is a comparison between women and men, which was first published in Marathi in 1882. A garden nurtured by God. The idiom denotes those who have no one to look back to. Here, the author used this to trace the pathetic condition of women in the patriarchal Hindu community. Her voice boomed by seeing the experience of Hindu women of Maharashtra. Her intonation was not one of lamentation, but that of rebellion. It was a period when the age of marriage of girls are below 10, and there are numerous child brides and child widows in the society. Rediscovering the lives of women like Tarabai Shinde is important for their contribution to broaden the understanding of social history, as well as that they can teach us about women. Her ideas are still in some ways limited by the Maratha society and class she was up in. Her work comes from an oral tradition in which women were respected for the sexual prowess, ability to give of themselves, and maternal strength. These claims of women's honor might readily be used to humiliate and make fun of men, though it remained neglected as a topic of discussion during her time due to a particular social setup. As a feminist text, it could withstand by inspiring the progeny all over the country. Through this work, she tried to enter into the middle of society, and therefore it is regarded as her intervention in history. Thank you, sir.
Much. Now I call upon Ms. Deepa. After Deepa, Shobna should be ready. So I call upon Deepa to give presentation. Ms. Deepa, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Deepa?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm presenting. 1 second.
Later on, Shobna should be ready for presentation. Ms. Shobna.
Yes, sir. I'm ready for it.
Okay, good
Okay.
morning to all. This is Deepa, a research scholar from SRM Institute, Chennai. So my topic is on the crucial role of media in women empowerment. So media is a strong platform, especially social media, to discuss and share views, experiences, to channelize hashtag movements to stop sexual violence and discrimination against women. So So the role of media and women empowerment takes in the form of educating and raising awareness among public, and the responsibility of content creators who bear the responsibility of producing content that empowers women rather than perpetuating harmful stereotypes. So media literacy and consumer responsibility. As consumers of media, individuals, we have a responsibility to critically engage with the content they consume. Through media literacy, skills empower individuals to identify biased portrayals, challenge harmful stereotypes, and demand more equitable representations. Through promoting inclusivity and diversity, media has the power to influence societal attitudes and norms. It is crucial for media outlets to be inclusive in their representation of women from different backgrounds, culture, race, sexual orientations, and abilities. And countering objectification and body imaging issues, media has often been criticized for perpetuating unrealistic beauty standards and objectifying women. Responsible media practices should involve portraying women in a respectful and non-objectifying manner. By showing a range of body types, appearances, and ages, media can contribute to improving body image and self-esteem among women and girls. So, fostering media literacy. Empowering women through media also involves fostering, it should help individual critically analyze the messages they consume, discerning between accurate information and harmful stereotypes. Breaking the stereotypes and challenging norms, it is also a responsibility of media to break down traditional stereotypes and challenging societal norms that limit women's roles and potential. Portrayal of body positive and diversity. Media influences beauty standards and body
Please
image
conclude.
persons.
Ms. Deepa,
Okay.
please
Okay.
conclude.
Okay, sir. It is also the responsibility of media to raise awareness and gender issues also. So it can rather provide some role models and cover stories about women who have achieved already in the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for nice presentation. Now I invite Ms. Shobna for paper presentation. Ms. Shobna, am I audible to you? Okay, okay. You are sharing the screen, right? Later on, Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole should be ready for presentation. Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole, Shweta Oza, Gopana Mani Pradhan, Dr. K. Tiruma Lamba should be ready.
Hello, good morning, sir. Is my screen visible, sir? Good morning. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes. Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay.
Be
Okay, so
proceed
yes,
and
sir.
be
Sir.
brief.
Yes, sir. I'll be very quick. So my paper is on the empirical study of work-life balance of women employees who are working in banking sector. As it has been recently seen that it has become a challenge for the women, especially who are working in working sector that have very long working hours to maintain a balance between the work and life. So this paper is in order to this paper has been a study to identify those factors that lead to improper balance between the work and life, and how to justify that working hours along with the family hours. So the statement of the problem is that because of the too much of demand at the workplace, especially in the banks, there's a lot of stress, and the working hours of this bank are too high. So this is causing a problem among the women employees to achieve that balance and equilibrium between the work and life. The scope of my study, basically I've taken women who are working in the banking sector, and I've been through this paper, I am trying to identify the factors that affect the work-life balance of the employees. And for for this purpose, women's employees are considered for the research. main objective is to find out the factors that affects the professional and social and family life of women employees who are working in banks. The research methodology that I have used is I've collected data through secondary method, websites, and published research journals. So firstly, explaining about the work-life balance, it is achieving a equilibrium between the work and life. And if it is not achieved, then the relationship of the employee, the woman employee who is working in bank, is badly shattered with the family, especially with the spouse and kids. And once this kind of damage is done, it becomes very difficult to undo it. Also, it affects the working life of the people, employees, because it causes anxiety, it causes psychological problems, it may cause depression and tensions. So it is very important to achieve this stability in the work and family life in order to improve the performance at the work. This kind of stress will lead to headaches, fatigue, blood pressure, cardiac problems, diabetes, and even psychiatric problems. And it also reduces the productivity. It creates increased absenteeism. It reduces job satisfaction, increases managerial stress, and very damaged family relationships. So the conclusion of my paper is that the banks that has been nationalized in 1969 have come up with a lot of job opportunities for women. Women also find jobs in banking sector very attractive as they are highly paid and stable. However, the proper steps need to be taken by the banking authorities in order to help these women employees to maintain that balance. Such strategies, such policies should be adopted by the banks that give them freedom to have flexible working hours, to have maternity leaves, and a healthy working condition. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a nice presentation. Now I call upon Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole to give his presentation. Am I audible to you? Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole? Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole? Is not there?
Next number, sir. Next.
Next. Mr. Milind Bedse. Mr. Milind Bedse? Am I audible to you? Milind Bedse?
Next.
Shweta Oza?
आताच झालं
Shweta
का?
Oza?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Give your presentation, Ms. Shweta Oza.
Topic for the conference is Women in Business, the impact of social media and entrepreneurship and marketing success. I will start my presentation with a Sanskrit shloka earlier, which means that Bhojeshu Mata and Karyeshu Mantri, which means earlier woman's role is to just being as a mother. She is very good in each and every role of family life. But nowadays there is one more role. It is entrepreneurship. She is now coming into business because the empowerment, as earlier friends has talked, that empowerment not just making money, but I believe that the empowerment is something different, but depending on economically, depending on somebody else, which don't lead you to empowerment. These are some business movements in India, which has done remarkable job in their and they have contributed through social media. Now coming to the introduction part, women has risen in all span of life. 71% of women now actively on social media. They use as a powerful medium, and 62%, more than 62% male. My study involves 2,000 women, and that found that 82% of women on an average 2.2 social media account, and they use it for 12 hours. Women are also use social media for socializing,
and often face-to-face, more than face-to-face interaction also. Now coming to the abstract part, women has directly been impacted by advancement and technology, resulting rising in reliance. Over a time, social media has developed into reliable tool for digital media and has contributed to expanding global communication network. The significance of the digital values has increased as a result of the ongoing pandemic. Because of pandemic situation, women has taken it as an opportunity, and they have done many businesses, many new businesses, online businesses coming up. My objective is to investigate social media might help women entrepreneurs and significance, to examine how social media has affected the entrepreneurship and financial performance of the woman, to identify effective social media marketing strategy for women owned business. Now coming to the literature review part, for this paper, I have reviewed literature on social media and business women. I have divide my literature review into 3 parts.
Miss Shweta, kindly conclude. Miss Shweta, conclude.
Yes.
Come to the conclusion and finding.
Yes. So these are my hypotheses. Social media usage among the women entrepreneurs lead to increase the environment. And second hypothesis is social media marketing strategy significantly contribute to the success and growth of women-owned business. This is innovable, shows that social media marketing strategies are social media is a independent variable, and women's business growth is a dependent variable. The existence of social media usage positively correlation with the success of financial performance of women entrepreneurs. Now, limitation of the study is it has a quantitative emphasis and limited scope, because we have to identify only entrepreneurs who are working in a business environment. Cross-sectional design is also one of the limitation, and unexplored variables. These are some more variables to this study, and these are unexplored.
Please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude.
Conclusion part, the effectiveness and financial performance of women entrepreneurs are examined the study in relation to social media. It suggests that the first hypothesis, according to which more social media use result in greater empowerment of social media marketing technique, greatly the expansion entrepreneurs run by women utilization of social media and corporate success. Financial performance are found to be strongly positively correlated. In today's competitive business environment, the emphasis on crucial financial functional that social media plays empowering female entrepreneurs and the value of utilization marketing method. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a nice presentation. Now I call upon Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole to give his presentation. Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole. Am I audible to you, Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole? Unmute. You are not audible, Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole. Am I audible to you, Bambole sir? दूसरा गेम हाँ. Now I call upon Ankita Wankhede. Now I call upon Ankita Wankhede for presentation. Am I audible to you, Ankita madam? Ankita madam, I am audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hello?
you start your presentation, but be brief.
Yes, sir.
Later on, Dr. K. Anbazagan should be ready for presentation.
Good afternoon. Sir, I am audible?
Yes,
Hello.
yes, you are
Okay,
audible.
okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
My name is Ankita Vanikide, lecturer in Dharampet Science College. Today I am presenting my paper, Challenges Faced by Women Entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs may be defined as a woman or a group of women who start and operate a business ventures. A woman's entrepreneur has a numerous tasks. They should explore the prospects of beginning a new enterprise, undertake risks, introduce new innovations, coordinations, administrations, and management of a business, provide effective leaderships in all aspects of a business. According to Government of India 2006, give an explanation of a woman's enterprises as an enterprise owned and controlled by a woman, having a minimum financial interest of 51% of a capital and giving at least 51% of the employment generated in the enterprise to women. However, despite these positive developments, the women continues to face many challenges in running their own enterprise and own their businesses, such as a lack of confidence, social cultural barriers, market-oriented risks, motivation factors, knowledge in business administrations, awareness about the financial assistance, exposed to the training programs, identifying the available resources. The main objective of this paper is to explore and analyzes the challenges faced by the women enterprises. The study also focuses on different entrepreneurial methods and an invaluable guide for those planning to launch a new businesses. My objective is to identify the demographic characteristic of women, to identify to find out the different entrepreneurial methods of women, to identify the challenges related to human resource management, to find out the economic challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs, to find out the social and psychological challenges faced by the entrepreneurs. Methodology: the present study was conducted in Lakshmi Nagar, Nagpur city. 100 women were randomly selected as a samples for different vendors. Primary data was collected to structured interview survey method was used. A questionnaire was a tool used for a data collection, which was further analyzed with the help of a percentage. This is the social economic status of the women. From this survey, the maximum age group of respondents is between 31 to 40 years old, comprising 38% of the total. The highest percentage of respondents having a complete their educations up to the graduations, and most of the respondents are married. This is a different entrepreneurships methods based on the data presented in the figure. It can be observed that the majority of the respondents, that is 40%, are involved in tailoring and beauty parlor businesses. From the above figures appear that 54% of the respondents encountered their challenges in recruiting employees. And it can be seen from the another figure highlighted that the most of the respondents facing economic challenges related to financials, that is 38%, and 24% are facing challenges related to cash flow. This is a social and psychological barriers faced by the women. The most common social and psychological factors experienced by the respondents was insufficient capital, that is a 48%, leading to a failure of their enterprises due to the lack of funds. At the end, I would like to conclude the majority of respondents are adult, educated, married, live in nuclear families, and having a moderate incomes. Challenges faced by these entrepreneurs, including hiring employees, managing economics, and social psychological issues like lack of motivations, awareness of new technologies, and marketing facilities. The findings indicate that the women entrepreneurs confront numerous challenges related to financials, dominating lack of opportunity, societal expectations, conflict between work and family responsibilities, etc. Addressing these challenges requires collective efforts from the governments and supports for education and business-friendly legislations and society to create an inclusive and supportive environment that fosters equal opportunities and empowers women to thrive in entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Dr. Amita Dubey for presentation. Later on, Gopamani Pradhan and Dr. K. Anbazagan should be ready for presentation. Now I call upon Dr. Amita Dubey. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Start.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I am Dr. Amita Dubey and I am going to present my paper. The topic is the role of e-commerce in empowering women. As an introductory part, we know that in the 21st century, where the world is changing under the shared principle of leaving no one behind, women are playing a crucial role to have sustainable development. Obviously, women's economic empowerment is central to realizing women's rights and gender equality. Through their innovative moves, women are proposing new dimensions of improving their socio-economic status. E-commerce has emerged as a great platform for women empowerment in modern days. Despite having many constraints, it is continuously bringing new information resources and opening communication channels for women entrepreneurs of the marginalized communities. It is inevitable for the smooth running of business irrespective of size and complexity all over the world due to the rapid development of e-commerce and its huge use in all spheres of our life. Small businesses are also influenced by it. Now businesses are managing their resources by using ICT support that is helping them to perform their tasks faster and accurate than before. It has the potential to transform the women participation by improving business process, enhancing efficiency, and optimizing productivity. Through e-commerce platforms, thousands of women offer goods in a variety of categories, including jewelry making, home decor, handicrafts, home utility items, fashion garments, and accessories, etc. So the objective of my study is based to know the participation of women in economic growth and to analyze the status of women in the recent changing scenario of e-commerce. Research methodology I have used all the data from secondary sources. And when we talk about the women and economic growth, women entrepreneurs are starting and growing their businesses while working from the comfort of their homes and setting their own schedules thanks to the concept of minimum investment, maximum profit in e-commerce businesses. Emerging markets will dominate e-commerce in the future. When we talk about the revenues on e-commerce platforms in Southeast Asia tripled between 2015 and 2020. And by 2025, revenues are predicted to triple once more. Unquestionably, the development of India's e-commerce sector has lowered the hurdle to starting a business, and women entrepreneurs have seized this chance to grow their businesses. Women entrepreneurs in India provide direct employment to around 20 to 27 million people by accelerating the quality and quantity of entrepreneurship among women. They can generate 150 to 170 million
come
jobs.
to the findings and conclusion. Madam, please come to the findings and conclusion.
Achha. Okay, sir. So in conclusive part, we know that entire world is witnessing a tremendous transition to electronic business, and India is no different from the global trend. E-commerce shown its importance from a gender perspective, and women have made sustainable gains along with the shifts in social attitudes toward empowerment. Online sales are becoming a bigger factor in business success for both big and small enterprises. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Gopamani Pradhan to give presentation. Mr. Chandrasekhar Bambole, you are not audible. That is the problem.
Sir, I am audible.
So I call upon Gopamani Pradhan. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Okay.
am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries, organizers, and participants. I Gopanamni Pradhan, Assistant Professor from Odisha. Thank you for giving me a chance to presentation. My topic is based on the problems of women in rural India. We know that India is a rural rich country. India is a rural rich country. In India, rural women play a vital role in family management, like socially and financially. They are wholeheartedly dedicated themselves towards the implementation of household activities and the responsibilities. But still now, the status of women is not recognized by the immediate society, like family or in the immediate society. The present is to find the various factors that contribute to problems faced by rural women for socially, economically, and educationally. This is the my study represents. So next, so my slide is visible to all. Then objectives of the study is to
you may proceed. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Significant of the study, the women in the society plays substantial role in the different activities like household activities, agricultural production activities, nutritional activities, labor work, and so on. But the women in the rural areas suffer multidimensional barriers, and the discriminatory social norms continues to constrain women's decision making in power and political and political participation is also a major problem in the rural area. Then my study is having three objectives: to study the social problems of rural women, to study the sources of economic problems of rural women, to study the educational problems of rural women. These three are my objectives. I have collected data from the one of the rural district of Odisha, that is Kandhamal district, and I have taken 20 rural women as my sample through random sampling. Then I have developed a tool for the collection of data, that is an interview schedule I have developed to collect the data regarding the social, economical, and I am presenting my major. I have presenting my major findings of the study. It was found that about 76% of rural women agreed that they face gender discrimination and treated unequally in their inhabitation and immediate society. About 20% married women opened that they forced to marriage. Under 18 or below the marriage age given by our Supreme Court. About 78% of rural women do not have access to toilet. This is the social problem. About 78% of rural women do not have access to toilet facilities, while almost 8% of those have the toilet facility but not utilize it. This is the very questionable findings for all the rural or all the for the national development. 12% of the rural women reported that they are physically and mentally domestic. They face physically and mentally domestic violence in their daily life. There is interesting findings I have found during this study. Dowry is the problem, substantial problem or burden in rural India, women of rural India. But surprisingly, it was found that about 90% of the participants agreed that they have no violence against dowry. Majority of the participants, that means about 90%, engaged in small, that is the economical findings, economical problem findings. Majority of the participants engaged in small scale agricultural and farming activities, and they have no any type of orientation or any type of training for the farming or in the for working in the agricultural field.
Please conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. From the above study, from the above data or findings, it was I would like to conclude that there is need of an orientation, workshops, and training programs for skill development of the rural women and involve them in a different socio-cultural activities for which the creation of awareness is highly desirable. There are various schemes and provisions provided by the government or different types of different NGOs, but we have to but it have to ensure them to workshops and trainings about the schemes and provisions so that they can be easily benefited, and education of the rural women must be ensured so that they can be equal, they can be enjoy the equity and live with dignity. Thank you, sir. This much is from my side.
Okay, thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you for
Sir,
nice
now please take
presentation.
my sir. Now please take my name, please. Now I am audible. Am I audible now?
Okay. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. You are audible now.
Okay, sir.
Later on, Dr. K. Anbajagan,
Yes, sir.
Brinda Balaji, Shivani Rai should be ready for presentation. Now I call upon Chandrasekhar Bambole to give presentation. After Chandrasekhar
thank you, sir.
Bambole,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
K. Anbajagan should be ready. Then Shivani Rai should be ready. Then Brinda Balaji.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, my topic is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and women empowerment. We are born free and we get all fundamental rights since we are in the mother's home. That is why no one can deprive our human rights. As women have their special rights, that is human rights, they are fully strong, self-reliant, independent and determined to cope with the socio-economical problems. Women empowerment should not be mentioned on the paper, but every woman from the all corners of India should get advantage of this empowerment. Even after 75 years of Indian independence, women are stripped bare, disrespected, and oppressed. In every corner of India, the downtrodden and women from the backward classes are being trampled naked by the orthodox people. This is very much shameful and disgusting things, and therefore this should not be done in India again. We are thinking in terms of making India a superpower, but such heinous things are done in India. Could it be possible to make India a superpower? We think about that the height of India should be intact. If such things are being done regularly in India, it will lay down the people who are progressive or sad. When injustice and oppression is happening in our country, but people who are conservative are inciting and provoking other people, they are oppressing women. Actually, Martin Luther King once said, the prosperity of a country depends not on the abundance of its revenues, not on the strength of its fortification, nor on the beauty of its public buildings, but it consists in the number of cultivated people, cultivated women, and the character also. Imagine one said, you may kill men, you cannot kill the ideas. And that is why, therefore, we are just coming to the point that there was a tremendous gender inequality in India. Still, it is. Woman still is totally denied to take part in the decision making. She was not independent, but dependent slave earlier. Some people were looking at them as only for the reproduction. That was so disgusting. She was not asked for the decision and opinion. She was slave not only of the society, but of the husbands and family also. In India, there are so many schemes for the women empowerment, like Save the Girl, Educate the Girls, Women Helpline Scheme, Ujjwala Scheme, Support to Training and Employment Program for Women, and Women Power Empowerment. Actually, women empowerment is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar brought revolutionary changes in the life of women.
Bambole,
Yes.
sir, please, coming to the conclusions,
conclusion.
Yes, sir. Now I am
Come to
coming
the
to the conclusion. I am coming to the conclusion now. Yes, what actually is gender inequality is still prevailing in India, in the society. What actually is woman empowerment? I think woman empowerment is nothing but the gender equality and equal opportunity without distinction. In the eyes of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, woman empowerment means extensive and comprehensive changes could be brought about in the social, political, economical, and cultural spheres. So now the conclusion points are here. So a woman is not less than man in any work. Indian women are so strong, equal as compared to the man. In every sector, the women have acquired the job. Now no sector is remained left for women. They have shown their progress in every field. Our country is said to be developing country, and the contribution of the woman in the development of the country is so remarkable that the work done and dedication of the women cannot be neglected. They have proved their work across the country, and now they are working shoulder to shoulder to the men. Their economical status is now very good and not the low, because they have been earning well in the society. Even an uneducated woman runs her house well and takes good care of her child. She is running businesses and the hotels. She is driving the buses, running auto rickshaws. They have developed their own business like small scale industries and cottage industries. Now coming to the last point, because of many self-help groups in India, many women have improved a lot. They are standing on their own feet. Not only the women from the urban areas, but from the rural areas, women are developed themselves as well. Even slum women made their own progress nowadays. So it can be said that women empowerment is highly growing and growing, but it is a pity and shameful matter for us. Though India is a developing country, the largest democratic country, but the women are still humiliated, tortured, and oppressed to a great extent in this country. So this should be listened. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Dr. K. Anbhajagan to
Yes,
give
sir.
presentation.
Am I audible, sir?
Sir, please be brief. Yes, you are audible, sir. Please.
Okay. Reverend
Be brief.
Chairperson, respected academician, my humble greetings to one and all present on the line. I am Dr. Anbhajagan, an associate faculty from Tamil Nadu. I would like to present a paper entitled Phenomenology and Empowerment Through Literature, a study of Maya Angelou's works. Maya Angelou, an iconic autobiographer and an acclaimed poet, established herself as a versatile writer in the postbellum period of African American literature. She evolved into a singer, dancer, choreographer, scriptwriter, director, journalist, political activist, and so on. Being a member of the African American community, she encountered discrimination, marginalization, segregation, suppression, and repression at the political, social, economic, and religious domains in America. The hegemonic white rule practiced supremacist policies, Jim Crow laws, octoroons and quadroons concepts under mulatto to discriminate
Dr. K. Anbhajagan, sir, I think there is a technical issue from his side. Now I call upon Madam Shivani Rai to give her presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. A very good afternoon to all. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all. My name is Shivani Rai. I am from Dehradun and I am pursuing PhD from Pune University. The title of my paper is Women-Centric Policy Initiatives under the Modi administration. The reason I chose this topic because we all know that the Modi administration 2.0 is at its last phase of its time in power. They have seen the need to analyze the work done under the current administration so that the upcoming ruling party administrator or researchers will have an understanding of what has been done so far and what is still left uncovered. The research methodology I chose is totally based on secondary data collection. Okay, the introduction. There has been a very famous saying is that if you educate a man, you educate an individual, and when you educate a woman, you educate a generation. This quote illustrates the importance of education among women for the betterment of nation and to keep the upcoming young generation motivated and give them a favorable environment where they can spread their wings and touch the sky. Going going through the current scenario in India, we can see that according to census to 2011, 48.46 of the Indian population are females, and out of which the literacy rate is only 65.46%. And this data itself highlights the need of extensive policies for women empowerment. It is found that the women who are from rural area are found to be limited to their households, then going out and aiming for their dreams. What has been done so far? So, well, I can say that since its inception, there have been a number of things done by this government, and it has proved as a catalyst for the growth of Indian economy. The second term of Modi government has witnessed a renewed commitment to advancing women's rights and working against gender disparity through the rigorous efforts and commitment. Starting from the very young age, that is below the 10 years, there is Beti Bachao Beti Padhao and Sukanya Samriddhi, and for adolescent girls there is Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana. For pregnant women there is Pradhan Mantri Matra Vandana Yojana. So there are so many things and schemes that has been developed by this government. There is also very famous landmark, I would say, judgment made by Supreme Court under this is against the practice of triple talaq. Talking about the scope of improvement, I would say that the administration has been doing their part of service. There are many aspects that has still to be worked upon for the better of women condition. I would like the target outreach awareness should be developed, the capacity building training program should be enhanced, combating deeply rooted gender stereotype that is still prevailing in our society, and increasing women participation in political activities, because even after so many women are given reservation, but still the present representation is very much less. This is not an exhaustive list. So to conclude, I would say that the incentives such as Ujjwala Yojana, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and Skill India has endured us with positive impacts in our society and has proven a very imperative method to break barriers and contribute meaningfully to Indian development. However, a journey is ongoing and the commitment is empowering women must remain steadfast. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such a wonderful presentation, Shivani madam. Dr. K. Anbazagan sir, would you like to continue your presentation? Dr. K. Anbazagan sir. Now I call upon Brinda Balaji. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Brinda Balaji?
Yes, sir. I'm audible, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. You start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Brinda Balaji, Assistant Professor, Ramaya College of Law, Bangalore. And also I'm a research candidate, student from Tumakuru University. My research topic is about the problems of women in rural India. So what are the problems are facing by women in rural India? That is my research topic. And women in rural areas of India face a lot of challenges that hinder the social and economic empowerment and also the overall well-being of the women. Rural India, it constitutes a significant portion of the country's overall population, and the problems faced by the women in these regions, they have far-reaching the implications for the nation's development. But the patriarchal social structure and the deep-rooted gender inequalities that prevalent in rural communities, they contribute to the marginalization and the discrimination faced by the women. The traditional gender roles, they confine women to domestic spheres and limiting their autonomy and decision-making power and also access to opportunities. These cultural norms and these stereotypes further reinforce these inequalities and perpetuating a cycle of the gender-based disadvantages. Here, addressing the problems faced by the rural women is essential for achieving a sustainable development and the gender equality in India. And it is crucial to understand the specific challenges they encounter and also the work towards developing comprehensive solutions that empower women and enhance their well-being and promote the social progress. Here we can see the gender inequality and the discrimination. Sir.
झाला प्रेझेंटेशन. हो, ते काढून फेकलो. साला 3 वेळा मला संधी दिली बरं झालं.
Hello, sir. Gender inequality and the discrimination.
International conference चालू आहे. International, Cambodia, Indonesia, Thailand, America.
Hello, sir. I'm audible, sir. I'm audible. Hello, sir.
Yeah,
I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. So gender inequality and the discriminations are that in Indian rural women. So patriarchal social structure, that is one of the reason for the discrimination, and the discrimination and the stereotypes. Women in rural areas, they facing this stereotype based gender inequalities, and the wage gap also, gender wage gap also is that, and the patriarchal social structure. And next one, that is barriers for the education. Why women in rural India face numerous barriers means, so because some limitations are there for their education also, and the disparities in the literacy rate also we can see. And next, what are the violence against the women and the safety concerns regarding this means domestic violence is more, and the sexual harassment is also more to the women in rural Indias. And economic challenges, what are the economic challenges are facing by the women, and the employment opportunities are there for the women's space. Some limited job opportunities. So that means economic activities in rural areas restricted women's participation in the workforce and hinder their economic empowerment. And gender wage gap in a rural employment, that is also another economic challenge, and the role of the self-help groups and the entrepreneurship. So these are all play a vital role in the empowering of the rural women and overcoming the economic challenges. So then what are the legal frameworks are there and government initiatives are there, and the NGOs are working for the women. So existing legal framework means here, India has established a robust legal frameworks aimed at addressing the problems faced by women in the rural areas and also promoting gender equality. So the Constitution of India guarantees the equal rights to all the citizens and prohibits the discrimination based on the gender. So additionally, the several legislations have been enacted to protect the women's rights and ensure their safety, and also address various norms or the forms of the violence. So discrimination and the harassments. So some of the important acts passed by the government. So say, for example, the Protection of the Women from the Domestic Violence Act 2005, and the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, and the sexual harassment of women at the workplace, and Maternity Benefit Act 1961, and Prohibition of the Child Marriage Act 2006. And these are all under medical termination of the Pregnancy Act 1971, and prohibition of the employment of the manual scavengers, and the their Rehabilitation Act 2013. These are all the government policies implemented to promote the welfare of the women in India. And government initiatives also there, that is a Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao initiative, and the National Rural Livelihood Mission. These are all some projects implemented at the various stages to promote the women's welfare. And next one, that is the even Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act is there, and Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana is there for the women.
Madam,
Yes,
please
sir. Yes, sir.
conclude.
Yes, sir. NGO was also promoting some important awareness to the people, that is education related and services related, skill development, livelihood. So based on this, I have some suggestions here. It will take time to explain that. 5-6 points are there, suggestions according to my research. And finally, conclusion part, the problems faced by the women in rural India are complex and also deeply rooted in social and cultural and economic factors. Throughout this research, we have examined various aspects of these challenges, and including limited access to the education, healthcare, and the economic opportunities, violence, and the discrimination. It is evident that a multidimensional approach is necessary to address these issues effectively and empower the rural women. So these are all my presentations. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for a nice presentation. Now I would like to call Vaishnavi Prerana. Vaishnavi Prerana is ready for presentation.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to
Yes.
you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Start your presentation, but
Yes, sir.
be brief.
I'll share the screen, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Huh?
Is my
Yes.
screen visible, sir?
No.
Not yet, not visible. Your screen is not visible.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. A minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So a topic for our presentation is role of women empowerment in corporate sector. So giving an introduction about our presentation. So you all know that, sir, a corporate firm is playing a very important role in terms of empowering the women by giving them more organizational benefits as well as country's benefits. So the corporate world is taking an initiative to empower the women in terms of global society, also in terms of increasing their contribution to the global target. So our paper's main objective was to identify the challenges faced by these women in the corporate world, and also the ways to promote women empowerment in workplace, and also creating a very good environment where it is positive, and also in terms of full development of these women. So talking about as I told you, our objective is to find the challenges, to identify the ways to promote women empowerment, and also to find the ways to empower the women. And talking about our research methodology, we have used secondary data as our way. And the findings will be done by my co-author, Reshma Mat.
Good afternoon, sir. The findings of our paper challenges. Under challenges, mental harassment, work-life balance, sexual harassment, pregnancy discrimination, imposter syndrome, lack of equal opportunities. Few ways in which you can promote women empowerment at the workplace: encourage women to make the leap, promote a fair parental leave policy, create new roles for women so companies can develop better, prevent sexual harassment, pay equal salary for equal work and experience, diversify leadership by promoting women to management and executive positions. Ways to empower women in the workplace: connect women with the female mentors, create a workplace culture that champions diversity and inclusion, be accommodating, get involved with projects aimed at women in underrepresented.
Talking about the conclusion, yes, promoting gender diversity in corporate world becomes more representative. So every woman has to given an opportunity to speak and to bring changes, and also give equal opportunity so that everyone can have their own rights and they can live their life as they want, and also in terms of creating more innovative and creative solution which will impact the business concern. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Ms.
Basumatari, Nizam Basumatari, to give presentation. Am I audible to you?
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, myself, sir, give me 2 minutes, sir. Myself, Bhavani Tripura, sir. My number is 11. I couldn't get connected. Can I give the presentation next, sir?
Yeah, next presentation.
Sir.
Sir.
Bhavani Tripura. Okay, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Sir.
Yeah.
Am I
You're
audible?
audible.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you,
you're
sir.
audible.
Good afternoon to you all respected participants. Myself, Nizam Basumatari, research scholar of Cotton University, Department of Philosophy. In this moment, I want to present a paper on the title, Women and the Law, Women Empowerment and the Environment. The relationship between women, the law, women's environment, and the environment is a complex and multifaceted issue that has gained significant attention in recent years. Women's empowerment is not only crucial for achieving gender equality, but also plays a vital role in addressing various environmental challenges. Historically, women have been at the forefront of environmental protection efforts, fighting for the preservation of natural resources and the well-being of communities. However, their contributions have often been overlooked or undervalued due to societal norms and discriminatory legal frameworks. This note aims to set, or this paper aims to shed light on the historical perspectives, current legal frameworks, and the legal challenges faced by women in the context of women's empowerment and environment. Taking a historical perspective, women have played a prominent role in environmental advocacy and conservation. Environmental pioneers such as Russell Sarson and Wangari Maathai have made invaluable contributions to raising awareness about the impact of environmental degradation on human health and well-being. These historical examples highlight the crucial role women have played driving environmental change and the importance of recognizing their contributions. In the present day, many countries have established legal frameworks to protect the environment and promote sustainable development. However, the intersectionality of gender and environment presents unique challenges that requires a comprehensive and gender-responsive approach. Women are often disproportionately affected by environmental issues such as climate change, deforestation, and water scarcity due to existing gender inequalities and discriminatory
Please
practices.
conclude.
Moreover,
Please conclude.
okay, sir.
Hello,
Moreover,
madam.
women's
Please
empowerment
conclude.
and gender equality are essential components of sustainable development. So, in conclusion, this paper will explore the historical perspectives, current legal frameworks, and legal challenges related to women's empowerment and the environment. By understanding the interconnection between women, the law, and the environment, we can work towards a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. Due to shortage of time, I could not present my whole paper. At the end, I want to thank you for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for nice presentation. Now I call upon K. Bhavani Tripura for presentation. After K. Bhavani Tripura's presentation, Ms. Mubina M should be ready. Mr. Vikas Rajput should be ready.
Yes,
And
sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Kotra Bal Yogi should be ready.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bhavani Tripura.
Sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Bhavani Tripura, Assistant Professor of Sanskrit. Are you able to see the screen, sir? I'm sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it is visible. Your
okay.
Screen is visible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So the topic I have chosen is that women can change the world. And the most important things I wanted to concentrate is about the 4 E's, that is education, employment, entrepreneurship, and empowerment. And basically, each one of them are interrelated to one another.
And so it is believed that if one woman is educated, we can, it is equal to educating the entire university, because educated women have a lot of influence on the people and in the family especially. So if, as a matter of fact, if the people in the family are well educated, it on the whole contributes for the development of the country. And basically, I believe I have given the elaborate version of women because it's already believed, always believed, and we see that women are wonderfully organized people who maintain everything very naturally. And coming to the topic of change, change is considered to be an inevitable part in the life of each and every person. And so I have chosen few important people who have really brought about a drastic change in the lives of the people, like Ahilya Bai Holkar, Lakshmi Bai, Jhansi Lakshmi Bai, Sarojini Naidu, Savitri Bai Phule, Anandi Gopal. She was the most influential person who is considered to be the first doctor, and most of us know about Kalpana Chawla, Marie Curie, and all these people who have really brought a considerable change. Because of the time constraint, I'm not able to move further, but to explain in an elaborate manner, women are the most efficient and reliable and multitasking people in the society. At one time, they have the efficiency of doing many works with a positive attitude. And my main point was to share with each one of us present here and also to the society that most of the times we keep talking about the negatives and all the crimes and heinous things which are being done against women. But we need to find the positive side, which is my perspective and the main reason of joining this session, because very rarely people share the happiness. Only the crimes and sins which are being committed are shared, and they are shown on a larger perspective, and at the same time it has got a greater impact on the people and also in the society. But once we start sharing what are the good things and the positive developments on the side of the women, then I think it will bring about a considerable change and little bit of positive attitude towards all the people existing in the society. So all the things which I shared in the presentation about the great achievements of the people, I think that should be more propagated and spread out to the people in the society, so that more and more people will be motivated by these concepts. Above all, the concept of gender bias, like men and women and all these things, they create a lot of havoc and differences. I think we need to consider all the people equally, instead of giving or saying about women empowerment or giving more importance to women. If we treat everyone equally, that would give a positive perspective for all the people. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Okay, nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite Vikas Rajpopat to give his presentation. Later on, Miss Mubina M should be ready, and then Mr. Bal Yogi should be ready.
Hello all. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Vikas Rajpopat, and the topic of my research is role of Panchayat Raj, extension to scheduled areas, Act of 1996 in tribal women empowerment. I just want to read out the abstract of my work that consists of everything in the research. Making equitable policies and executing it properly is the prime responsibility of the government to provide justice to its weaker and vulnerable sections of the society. One such community which are marginalized from ages and needs support from the government is indigenous community, and especially women of the community. Interest of majority is depriving the basic rights of indigenous communities, and they are struggling for the necessities of life. To recognize special needs of indigenous communities, Constitution of India gave special safeguards for the protection of their rights, and various programs are implemented to ensure social, economic, and political justice. Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, that is PESA Act is one such act which attempts to empower the people at the grassroots levels through Gram Sabha. This act respects the cultural customs of indigenous communities. Objectives of this secondary research study is to evaluate the impact of PESA Act on the tribal women. Secondly, to study the loopholes in the implementation of the act in India. I'm moving towards the conclusion part of my research. To make it very brief, the PESA Act is widely acclaimed as the well-drafted and act ensuring empowering tribal women. The actual implementation of the act and the challenges, local cultural dynamics, political will, and the level of awareness within the communities are some of the factors worth consideration. But the biggest loophole of this act and other tribal development programs are the awareness and execution of the programs. This research critically examined the role played by government to uplift indigenous community and the gaps in the implementation of the PESA Act. To make this program in letter and in spirit is the biggest challenge of the system. To conclude, Damyani Barla, a well-known journalist and activist based in Jharkhand, said, I quote her, people living in 5th scheduled areas were excited as they thought that the new legislation will ensure their control over their resources, land, mines, minerals, minor forest products, etc. But the reality did not change even after 25 years of this law. No proper state level amendments of laws have been formed in the 5th scheduled areas after so many years of this law. PESA Act can be a game changer for the indigenous community if implemented in its true sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Ms. Mubina M to give presentation. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Be brief. Yes, yes, you are audible. Be brief.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mubina and I am honored to have an opportunity to share my research with you. My topic will be discussing today is the women entrepreneurship, women empowerment role of media and social media. Women empowerment in India is an important topic as it is a densely populated country, making women's empowerment a subject of major importance. It can be done in various ways, such as political participation, economic independence, legal reforms, or media. Among these media, including TV, radio, newspaper, and modern media. Social media plays a crucial role in defining public opinions and facilitating communications. It acts as a bridge to bring social change. The objective of this study is to analyze the role of media as a powerful tool in empowering women. Examine how the media can effectively reach a large audience, explore the impact of media in educating society about the importance and value of women, investigate instances of social mistreatment and limited economic decision-making that women face in specific goals. Methodology, what we use to collect the information data is a questionnaire was prepared and data was collected from 30 respondents. And the suggestions show varied and robust women on social media for empowerment, showcase women's achievement as their role models, inform about women's rights and issues in media, utilize media's reach to empower and educate, promote realistic body ideas in media content, partner with NGOs for gender equality. To conclude the paper, women empowerment is a fundamental human right to be entitled. Social media helps them tackle new challenges in the contemporary world. These social media platforms should be encouraged to ensure that women's rights can be advocated to the maximum extent. Facilitating women's access to all these platforms and websites would ensure that all opportunities are available for all. So despite all the backlash that social media receives, it can be said that regulated media will be lot of useful than dangerous in the long run. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer
for providing this platform for presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for nice presentation. Now I call upon Dr. Kotra Balayogi to give his presentation. Dr. Balayogi, I am audible to you? Dr. Balayogi. Dr. Kotra Balayogi. Dr. Kotra Balayogi, am I audible to you? Miss Priya Deni, now I call upon. Okay, Kotra Balayogi is sharing the screen. Okay.
I am ready, sir. Okay, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
yes.
sir.
Yeah.
Can I
You are
proceed?
audible now. You may proceed.
Okay, good
Please,
afternoon to everyone, respected dignitaries and respected chairperson. Today's title for my presentation is Women Education and its impact on the economic growth and development. Said Dr. Balayogi, assistant professor from the Unity College of Teacher Education, Nagaland. So one side you can see on the screen, education and women empowerment. So how this education and women empowerment towards the growth and development of the economic of any nation. So for this presentation, I can start with one quotation. If you educate a man, you can educate an individual, but ultimately if you educate a woman, that indicates that towards the whole family will be educated. A small introduction is given on the screen. You can see the progress of any society depends upon the participation of women in every walls of humankind. When we educate and empower one woman, we set off a chain. It's like a chain reaction so that it transfers to the life and family of a whole community where she lives on. Through education, women not only educate herself, but her education gives a priority towards the social and economic growth. And this is what education means for, as everyone knows, it's a process of being educated, and to be educated, this means to receive all this morally, socially, it will be educated. Some of the few objectives on the screen to study the significance of women education, to assess the challenges of women education, finally, to discuss the role of women education towards the economic growth and development. The methodology is the secondary data taken, and the review of literature, all the review of literature, few review of literature towards the women education impact on the economic growth and development for the nation. So on the screen, you can see some of the advantages of female and girl education towards the moral development, to reduce the poverty, to reduce the risk of child mortality, and 50% more likely to have child immunized, and they will be out of any diseases. The more advantages of women education, so they can avoid the sex education, reduce the corruption, and better equipped with the contribute to the family income. So we'll move on for the cons. There are a lot of laws, rules and regulations, some of the guidelines, some of the articles also will be there. Article 14 confirms the equal opportunities for both and men, and Article 15 prohibits discrimination, and Article 15.3 makes a special provision enabling the state to make discrimination in favor of women. Now, these are the education and economic growth. How this education will be favorable towards the economic growth of any nation. Health and nutrition, secondary education, especially it's focus on the vocation and facilitates the acquisition of skilled and managerial capacity. Now, I'll move on to the main important and the last one, importance of education for economic growth and development. Education investment in higher education for women more than men. An extra year of schooling will definitely 11% more than the men. And if women receive the same amount of education system, definitely to increase the percentage of 7 to 20% overall growth of any nation, and increase the women primary schooling alone, to increase the women's growth of 24%. If you invest in a girl, she will contribute to economic growth and development when she becomes a woman. And girls' education I'm talking about is a proven to increase not only wage earners, but for the whole community and society. Women with at least basic education are much less likely to be poor, and women have made both direct and indirectly their contribution a lot for the growth and development of any nation. So these are the 4 pillars, the cost of education. There are some barriers are there. These are the barriers you can see on the screen. I'll move on. And this is my conclusion and summary. Women's education is the most powerful tool for changing any position for any society. A balanced education system promotes not only academic development, but produces and generates individual income per capita. And some of the suggestions also given, you can see on the screen. We need to enhance women's academic empowerment and promote equal access and rights and reduce the violence against women. And we need to encourage girls' educational policies, and educational policies will be enhanced and revamped. And educational policies must give financial support. Finally, educational management must be democratically professional towards the 21st century policies. And these are the references taken for this present study. I'm really thankful for the organizers, chairperson, and all the higher authorities for giving an opportunity for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kotra Balayogi, for your wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Priya Deni to give presentation. Miss Priya Deni, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Proceed your presentation and be brief.
Okay. Okay, sir. Good morning to all. Can I share my, is it?
Ma'am, sharing option is there, you can share.
Sharing.
1 minute, sir.
Yes. The bottom of the screen, there is a sharing option.
Sir, this is Dr. Kavita Tulasi. My number is 47.
Yeah. After
I have a meeting, so that please, I request you to.
Yeah. Now
One
after
presentation is going on.
Your presentation will be.
Okay. Okay. After that, please.
Okay, without, sir. Yeah,
okay, no
actually,
problem. Without screen share, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't share my PPT presentation anyway. Sure. Okay. Yeah.
You may proceed. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all the participants and organizers of this international conference. It was very indeed because women empowerment is very much discussed matter in current scenario. My topic is women empowerment through NGO. My name is Priya Ruskecha. I am a research scholar. The introduction. Indian society, the status of women are determined by the position of by her husband and with their family. And the main objective of NGOs is to empower women to work together with men as equal partners. The scope of the study is highlights the effectiveness of NGO in the field of women empowerment. The women can't empower or women can't develop without any, not only the women, men also can't develop without any support, any social support and economic support. So these NGOs are helping in the field of women empowerment and their development, not only in the financial development, but also all the overall development, like socially and educationally and politically, the awareness about the legal rights, all over the development can through NGO in the field of women empowerment. All the activities of NGO is really aim at women welfare and development. Nowadays, many central and state governments, welfare measures, schemes, programs are implementing, especially for the women empowerment. So through these NGOs, they are helping these women to develop and to empower in our society with along with men. Next is social empowerment is also the economic empowerment and capacity building through different SHG group, self-help groups, the main goals of empowerment is to challenge subordination and subjugation, transform the structures, system, and institutions which have supported inequality such as the family, caste, class system, and religion. In all matters, all these are demographic profile of the respondents. In all these matters, we have to transform. We are not removing all this. We can't remove this. These are the part of a society. So just transforming, and we are getting, the women are getting more knowledge, more awareness about these institutions, systems, and structures. And the process of empowerment is work with the poorest and most oppressed women on the basis of education, on the basis of caste, education, or community, rural or urban or tribal, like that. And the next process.
Please conclude.
Yeah.
Please conclude.
And yes, results. The results of this study is most of the living in a nuclear family, and then financially backward, and they are, even though they are educated, degree, graduation, and higher secondary education, but they can't come up with many reasons. So 76% of respondents are very well aware about agencies' activities, so they are willing to enroll in a particular kind of NGO, and they are very much aware about all the measures, welfare measures, especially by the government, and only through these NGOs activities. 70% of the respondents are not participated before in training programs, but they are participating. And 90% of the respondents are the opinion of the collective women can challenge or change the society. So they are in the process of women empowerment through NGOs. The conclusion is understood the effectiveness of NGO. From this study, the researcher could understood the effectiveness of NGO in the field of women empowerment. NGO can provide not only the economic support, but also the educational and social awareness. And women are more empowered through NGOs when compared to the previous status. It's very much needed for a nation progress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Dr. P. Thavita Tulsi Madam to give presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Later on, Shirish Sutar sir should be ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Thavita Tulsi, Associate Professor, Department of Social Work, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Women's University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. Now I go to my topic: empowerment of tribal women through education in Koraput district of Odisha. In this
you are not audible, ma'am.
Hello, hello.
No. Yes, now audible.
Okay. This is the education is a powerful tool for national development. It has the power to rise the status of tribal women. Education is the most important women in tribal areas. So, according to MASH in 2007, the study tribal society is the most modern and development society in which all the tradition, customs, culture, beliefs existing since the immemorial. Rational of my study, this study will provide a profound insight to educators. According to 2011 census, India constitute 48.27% of women population. Most disappointing fact in that country have such a high ratio of women sectional still lag behind in their status of empowerment. According to UNESCO report 2012, literacy provides of a foundation for education of poverty and sustainable development. It provides a basis for the aspect for human rights, the universalize the basic education, conflicts, resolution, and nutritional sufficiency, and for overall improvement quality of life.
Madam,
Then-
come to the conclusion. Madam,
Okay,
please come to the conclusion.
Okay. My objectives understand socio-economic details of the tribal women in tribal area, know about the education and empowerment of the respondents, observe empowerment in their financial benefits, and analyze the impact of our empowerment through education and for their quality of life. Now I go to the conclusions. Time construction, I finished. I go to my conclusions. Tribal women empowerment through education is a honorable status in individual as a family. Their decision-making power as immediately enhanced not only their family but also in the society. There is no doubt women strengthen their self and manage their family life quality and happy, and they have that much of empowerment among trainings than they have cope up their self-esteem and dignity. When the women getting them capacities and enhance them empowerment, then they are learn, experience the quality of life their own will be staying anywhere in the world. It is most essential to empowerment that women at tribal area and government and non-governmental organizations should concern that their all-rounder improvement, that is social, cultural, economic, and political, and legal, etc. Then the women are empowered, and they are also very good, powerful resource for the society. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Now I call upon Shri Sutar sir to give
Sir, माझा आवाज ऐकू येतोय का सर?
Yes. आवाज येतो आहे तुमचा.
मी सुरू करू?
Later on, Anita Derle madam should be ready. Now I call upon Shri Sutar sir. You are
Thank you, sir.
audible. तुमचा आवाज येतो आहे.
थँक्यू सर. नमस्कार, मी प्राध्यापक श्री सुतार, श्री कृष्णदास जाजू ग्रामीण सेवा महाविद्यालय पिपरी वर्धा येथे प्राध्यापक म्हणून काम करतो आणि माझ्या पेपरचं टायटल आहे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांचा स्त्री मुक्तीचा लढा. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी स्त्री मुक्तीचा मंत्र राष्ट्रीय दृष्टिकोनातून दिला. भारताच्या आर्थिक स्वातंत्र्याची बीजे ही स्त्री मुक्ती भारतामध्ये आहे. व्यक्ती, स्त्री आणि राष्ट्र हे प्रतिष्ठा, निष्कलंकता आणि स्वातंत्र्य याशिवाय कृतज्ञ राहू शकत नाही. हा आयरिश अभ्यासकाचा संदेश बाबासाहेबांनी भारतीय संविधानाच्या संबंधीच्या अखेरच्या भाषणात सांगितलं. बाबासाहेबांनी स्त्री पुरुष समानतेसाठी स्वातंत्र्यापूर्वी आणि स्वातंत्र्यानंतर सामाजिक घटना स्तरावर आणि कायद्याच्या माध्यमातून प्रयत्न केले. मी स्त्री मुक्तीसाठी व स्त्री उन्नतीसाठी लढा देणारा एक योद्धा आहे. स्त्रियांची प्रतिष्ठा वाढवण्यासाठी आवश्यक जो संघर्ष केला त्याचा मला सार्थ अभिमान आहे, असं त्यांनी रमाबाईंना एका पत्रात लिहिले आहे. कुटुंब प्रमुखाची हुकुमशाही आणि स्त्रियांची गुलामगिरी हाच सामाजिक विषमतेला, गुलामगिरीला आणि खतपाणी देणारा आधार आहे. स्त्री ही समाजाचा अलंकार आहे. प्रत्येक समाज स्त्रियांच्या चारित्र्याला अधिक मान सन्मान देतो. डॉक्टर आंबेडकरांच्या स्त्रीमुक्तीच्या चळवळीत नीतिमत्तेला अधिक स्थान आहे. सामाजिक दृष्ट्या महिलांची उन्नती व्हावी असे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांनी मांडले. देशातील 50% शक्ती आर्थिक विकासाऐवजी कष्टमय जीवन सावरण्यात खर्च झाली. आर्थिक क्षेत्रात स्त्रियांच्या भागीदारीचा विकास स्त्रियांना सामाजिक क्षेत्रात सन्मान दिल्याशिवाय होणार नाही. स्त्रियांना स्वयंनिर्णयाच्या अधिकारापासून वंचित करून आम्ही राष्ट्रीय आर्थिक विकासाची गती रोखली आहे. स्त्री जर आईच्या रूपात मुलाचे व्यक्तिमत्व घडवू शकते.
सर, यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल. तुमचा आवाज येत नाही.
हॅलो
सुतार सर, तुमचा आवाज येत नाही आहे. Now I call upon Anita Derle madam.
Hello.
Anita Derle.
Hello, sir.
Am I audible to you? Madam.
हॅलो सर, मी प्रतिभा दुबे बोलत आहे. हॅलो सर, आवाज येत आहे का माझावाला?
हॅलो
माझा आवाज
येतोय.
येत आहे का सर? मी प्रतिभा दुबे बोलत आहे सर हिंगणघाट
हो
वरून.
हो
सर मला
बोला.
थोडं महत्वाचं कॉलेजमध्ये काम असल्यामुळे मग लेक्चरच आहे, तर मी माझं प्रेझेंटेशन देऊ का मी अगोदर? हॅलो हॅलो सर. हॅलो.
हो चालेल चालेल या.
ओके मी देऊ का सर? आवाज येत आहेत का सर?
येस येस.
ओके ओके थँक्यू सर. ओके हा मी प्रतिभा दुबे बोलत आहे सर फ्रॉम हिंगणघाट.
द्या बरं तू.
हॅलो सर आवाज येत आहे का?
हो हो
हॅलो.
सुरू करा तुम्ही. हो हो.
ओके ओके मी प्रतिभा दुबे फ्रॉम हिंगणघाट सर.
मधुरिमा साहा to give presentation. Madhurima Saha.
Yes, sir. I am present.
Am I audible to you, Madhurima Saha?
Yes, sir.
हॅलो हॅलो सर.
हा मॅडम तुम्ही सुरू करा प्रतिभा मॅडम.
ओके ओके थँक्यू. हा माझा विषय आहे सर भारतातील महिला सक्षमीकरणा अंतर्गत कायदे व धोरणात डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांची भूमिका. त्याचा ऍब्स्ट्रॅक्ट आहे सर बघा. आजच्या आधुनिक काळात महिला सक्षमीकरण हा विशेष चर्चेचा विषय आहे. आपल्या आदी ग्रंथांमध्ये स्त्रियांचे महत्व लक्षात घेऊन सांगण्यात आले आहे की यंत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता. अर्थात जिथे स्त्रियांची पूजा केली जाते तिथे देवता वास करतात. पण गमत पाहना स्त्रीमध्ये इतकी शक्ती असूनही तिच्या सक्षमीकरणाची नितांत गरज आहे. स्त्री ही मानवी सजीवसृष्टीची जननी आहे, तसेच ती मानवाच्या उन्नतीची जननी सुद्धा आहे. स्त्री व पुरुष या निसर्गाने निर्माण केलेल्या मानवी जाती परस्परावलंबी आहेत. म्हणूनच संसाराचा रथ योग्य पद्धतीने चालविण्यासाठी स्त्री व पुरुष या दोघांचीही भूमिका महत्वाची असते. कोणत्या एकट्याने संसाराचा रथ योग्य पद्धतीने चालू शकत नाही. दोघेही महत्वाचे असले तरी समाजामध्ये महिलांच्या पुरुषांना महत्वाचे स्थान आणि दर्जा देण्यात आलेला आहे. याच कारणामुळे महिला पुरुषांच्या तुलनेत मागे पडलेल्या आहेत. महिलांमध्ये स्वजाणीवांचा विकास करणे, तिच्या हक्का व अधिकारांविषयी तिला जागृत करणे, तिला निर्णय घेण्यास सक्षम बनविणे यासाठी शासनाने महिला सक्षमीकरणाचे धोरण स्वीकारले आहे. 2011 हे वर्ष भारताने महिला सक्षमीकरणाचे वर्ष म्हणून साजरे केले. या वर्षी देशातील महिलांना सामाजिक, आर्थिक आणि राजकीय दृष्ट्या सक्षम बनविण्यासाठी अनेक प्रकारचे कार्यक्रम आयोजित करण्यात आले. महिलांना सक्षम बनविण्यासाठी अनेक महामानवांनी संघर्ष केला. त्यापैकी एक म्हणजे डॉक्टर भीमराव रामजी आंबेडकर. त्यांचं इंट्रोडक्शन आहे सर. मानवी समूहात स्त्रियांना जवळपास
तुम्ही फाइंडिंग्स वर या, कन्क्लुजन मध्ये या, समारोप करा.
ओके ठीक आहे सर. कन्क्लुजन मी डायरेक्ट हे घेते. त्याच्यामध्ये बघा. ओके आज ज्या प्रकारे भारत हा जगातील सर्वात वेगाने विकसित होणारा देश बनला आहे, त्या दृष्टीने भविष्यात भारतानेही महिला सक्षमीकरणाचे उद्दिष्ट साध्य करण्यावर भर देण्याची गरज आहे. भारतीय समाजात खऱ्या अर्थाने महिला सक्षमीकरण घडवून आणण्यासाठी समाजातील पुरुष सत्ताक आणि पुरुषाभिमुख व्यवस्था असलेल्या महिलांवरील वाईट प्रथांची मुख्य कारणे समजून घेऊन ती दूर केली पाहिजे. महिला बद्दलची आपली जुनी विचारसरणी बदलून घटनात्मक आणि कायदेशीर तरतुदीमध्ये बदल करणे अत्यंत आवश्यक आहे. आजच्या समाजात अनेक भारतीय महिला राष्ट्रपती, पंतप्रधान, प्रशासकीय अधिकारी, डॉक्टर, वकील इत्यादी झाले आहेत. तरीही आजही अनेक महिलांना सहकार्य आणि मदतीची गरज आहे. त्यांना अजूनही शिक्षण आणि मुक्तपणे काम करण्यासाठी, सुरक्षित प्रवास आणि सामाजिक स्वातंत्र्यासाठी अधिक समर्थनाची गरज आहे. महिला सक्षमीकरणाचे ही कार्य अत्यंत महत्वाचे आहे, कारण भारताची सामाजिक आर्थिक प्रगती हे महिलांच्या सामाजिक आर्थिक प्रगतीवर अवलंबून आहे. महिला सक्षमीकरण महिलांना बळ देते, ते त्यांना त्यांच्या हक्कासाठी लढण्यात मदत करते. आपण सर्वांनी महिलांचा आदर केला पाहिजे, त्यांना प्रगतीची संधी दिली पाहिजे. 21वे शतक हे स्त्रियांच्या जीवनातील आनंदी शक्यतांचे शतक आहे. महिला आता प्रत्येक क्षेत्रात पुढे येत आहे. आजची स्त्री आता जागरूक आणि सक्रिय झाली. जेव्हा एखादी स्त्री तिच्यावर लादलेल्या बेड्या आणि बंधन तोडायला लागते, तेव्हा जगातील कोणतीही शक्ती तिला रोखू शकत नाही. सध्या महिलांनी स्पिरिटोटाइप मोडण्यास सुरुवात केली आहे. हे एक आनंदाचं लक्षण आहे.
लोकांची विचारसरणी बदलत असली तरी या दिशेने अजून प्रयत्नाची गरज आहे. अशा प्रकारे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी अथक परिश्रमातून तयार केलेल्या हिंदू कोड बिलात स्त्रियांना कायद्याची हक्क, दर्जा आणि प्रतिष्ठा प्राप्त व्हावी हे ध्येय होते. संसदेत 1951 हिंदू कोड बिल फेटाळले गेले. तेव्हा अत्यंत दुःखी व निराश होऊन डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी ओके थँक्यू सर.
मॅडम ओके प्लीज.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for nice presentation. Now I call upon Madhurima Saha.
Yes,
Madhurima Saha, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed your presentation and be brief. Within 2 minutes, you have to wind up your presentation.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Screen is yet not visible.
It is visible, sir.
If there is a problem, you start presentation without screen sharing. You start your presentation without screen sharing. Madhurima Saha.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was not able to present. I know what the technical problem. So my topic of presentation is the women empowerment according to the analysis of PLSS data. So actually, my motivation has come from that the female labor force participation has been increasing, but still it is not reflected because the female participation has been increasing, but their share is also increasing in the unpaid care and domestic activities. And according to latest report, it is reported that around 50% of women from urban areas cannot participate in the usual activities. So actually what I have done, I have using the data of 2021-22 PLSS data, and I have observed that the share of female is higher than the share of male in the regular salaried activities in the urban area, whereas the regular own account work activity is a dominant activity for the rural female workers. But as the age increases, what happened? The female participation has been increasing in the unpaid care work or the unpaid family activity. Okay, so if I consider the type of job contract, more than 3 years since the regular job contract, so we can observe that the females are enjoying more regular job contract, more years of job contract, more tenures of job contract than the regular salaried female workers. And the analysis of education shows that the above graduate females has a more share in the regular salaried activities than the above graduate males, both in the rural and urban areas. So this is so much empowering the woman, because the share of women in regular salaried activities is increasing mainly for the graduated females. It is, however, empowering their status in the society. So my conclusion is that
Please conclude.
So if more women can participate in the regular salaried activities, then they can enjoy more benefits and social securities, and it can be only formulated by increased provision of fees and the social security benefits, and more supported by the government. So the woman can be more empowered in the both the rural and urban areas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now I call upon Madhumita Chakrabarti. Madhumita Chakrabarti, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Can you hear me?
Yes. Proceed. Yes, yes. You are audible. And be brief. Within 2 minutes, you have to wind up. Just focus on objective and findings of the paper.
Okay.
Don't read out. Either you have to read out abstract.
No, I will just give the introduction and the conclusion. Hi,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, sure.
I'm Madhumita Chakravarti from West Bengal. I'm in the West Bengal Education Service. My paper is the emergence of India as an economic powerhouse and the role of women therein. We have seen that at present, in India, the very topic of women empowerment, it revokes a debate among the feminists who talk about women rights and special privileges. The anti-feminists who are against special privileges to women, they think that equal rights and special privileges cannot go hand in hand. And then there are the new type of social reformers known as manists. They talk about the everyday difficulties that men are facing. Men are also being equally exploited, and those are grossly neglected. My paper is actually more about the theoretical part. Like in the post-liberalization period in India, we talk about the benefit India has made in the private sector, in the public sector, in the bank reforms, in equal wages, better wage benefits. But here we see that in the societal and in the political field, there is no special development or no special improvement noticed in the status of women. So the whole process has been called by the political economists as a pseudo-urbanization process, where the social mobility of women, a social upward mobility of women from the rural to the urban areas were fraught with difficulties. And women coming from to the urban areas from the rural were faced with such problems as informal labor, pay discrimination, prostitution. They are being harassed every day by their by these middlemen who helped women to find their jobs. In the conclusion, I have tried to show that despite of many benefits given by the Indian government, we are still lagging behind, and the possible solutions could be greater sensitivity and lesser feeling of alienation among women, more stringent social security norms where the community itself acts as the guardian of these norms, giving women access to societal resources, greater platforms to deal with sensitive issues, respecting their bodies, minds, and their privacies, and considering them as potential decision makers, not only in the family, in the society, but also in the country's economy. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for nice presentation. Now I call upon Ms. Ruby Rani. Is there? Dr.
Very good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, my presentation is scheduled at the 20th position, but sir, I have an urgent meeting in the college at 2 p.m. So may I present my paper?
No
Thank you
what's
so
your
much,
name?
So myself, Mohini Shukla from SS Kannad Girls Degree College, Prayagraj.
Yeah, no.
So may I start my presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. You start, you may proceed.
Okay.
Just focus on objective and conclusion within 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sir, talking about the stance of women in India, so Indian women have been the backbone of families and communities, and now in the LPG era, they have become the backbone of economy also. Talking about the Indian history, if we see the position of women, we can see a lot of gender discrimination, domestic violence, unequal pay for equal work, female feticide and female infanticide. But now in the present India, we can see that the society, the country is working towards gender equality. The women have started working, and they have realized the importance of being independent. For example, if we take the case of Vishakha, after which we got that legislation of sexual harassment at workplace 2013. And now discussing about the Bharatiya Nari Bhavishya, we see an entrepreneurial hike for the women. The nation, the society is getting free from the social stigma, and a radical change has been observed according to the Economic Times, which has recently reported that around 52.8% women are now employable versus 47.2% men. And talking about the objectives, my paper was to study the contribution of LPG reforms to the women's development, and to study the protection of women from different perspectives, economic, social, etc. And to also to explore the trend of women upliftment in the post-LPG era. For example, taking about women in privatization, we can see that women in this privatization era have created a business-friendly climate. Talking about the liberalization phase, so states initiative has allowed us for greater access to schools and universities, and contributed a lot towards the
Come to the conclusion, ma'am. Please come to the conclusion.
Yes. So with the help of various judicial decisions, I have concluded that the protection of women's rights have seen an affirmed position currently. And the judiciary has played a very important role in this area. And the judicial shift is toward the preservation and advancement of the women's rights. And the LPG reforms have produced a more favorable atmosphere for them. And the judiciary is expected to continue a more significant and positive role in the coming years. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, I want to
present my paper, sir. For nice presentation.
Sir,
Dear participants,
sir,
dear participants,
I want to
Hello?
present my paper, sir.
Sir?
Chandrasekhar.
who is speaking?
Sir, I'm Yashoda from Holy Cross. I'm Yashoda
Yeah,
from Trichy.
wait for a minute. Let me give you some information. Dear participants, due to time's constraint, we cannot accommodate all the paper presentation. So please understand. Now,
Voice is not clear.
Hello.
Sir, your voice is not clear. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, we couldn't hear you.
am
Voice
I
is not
audible
clear.
to you, Dr.
No,
T.
no, sir, no.
Chandrasekharaya?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. T. Chandrasekharaya, please give
Yes,
your
sir.
presentation.
Yeah, my paper is a study on influence of social and demographic factor, how these factors of A&M will help in serving the maternal health services. I have taken from sample from Krishna district of Andhra Pradesh. I have taken demographic and socio-economic variables. Under the demographic variables, I have studied age, then caste, marital status, and economic and education and income status. All are, that is, those who have married, they perform better services than compared to those who have single. Then among the A&Ms, those who have better education, that is college plus education, they have served good quality of services that have provided services to the mother and children. Among religion, most of my sample respondents are from Hindus. They are did better services compared to some other community. Then among the caste group, those who have posted in their community, they serve better services. And also coming to the better economic status, those who have good economic status, they were well aware of exposed to other media and other services because of their economic status. They served better maternal health services. With this, I conclude, sir. Because of time limit, I am concluding. Thank you, sir. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, Yashoda.
Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon Yashoda to give presentation. Am I audible to you?
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Very good afternoon.
Be brief.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. At the outside, I congratulate the organizer and the team members. The excellent job is going on. We have a very good idea about this. My topic is empowerment of women through education, skilling, and microfinancing. I'm concentrating on MSME because it can play an important role in empowering women and entrepreneurship development through several schemes. Not only that, it also giving the training how to balance their work-life balance with normal days. The government of India has defined women entrepreneurship based on women participation in equity and employment of business entrepreneurs. For this, I've taken 3 objectives: the profile of general entrepreneurs who are working in Trichy, and find out the socio-economic profile of the entrepreneurs who are get trained from the MSME in Trichy district, and the impact of joining after this MSME. What is the lifestyle? For this, the primary data is collected from 60 samples from Trichy district. Percentage chi-square ANOVA test was carried out. The finding is the age group belonging from 20 to 30 and 31 to 40 had a very active participation to come up in their life, and they were very clean about it. And the nuclear family members have a major role to bring out their family's income as a supporting measure along with their husband. And when compared to educated and uneducated, the educated respondents were belong to secondary school education, and 15 were from degree. Not because of education barrier, they have come out with their very good output after getting the training. Everyone is earning above 10,000 to 15,000, and they were all able to save after entering to MSME. They were now able to solve their debits, and now they have a plan of saving and further investment for future plan also. I'm going for conclusion. In conclude about discussion, the provide that the women entrepreneurial and empowerment is highly solicited in India for promoting MSME, particularly in Trichy district of Tamil Nadu. There are nearly 3 million micro, small, medium enterprises with the full and partial female ownership. The women have achieved immense success over the year of changing the percentage of male domination. The societal importance of women entrepreneurship increases because of their contribution in employment generation and revenue creation. In this present time, women has the skills, talent, and moreover the zeal to create something new. The economic advancement of women entrepreneurs aim to boost the socio-economic profile of a nation with women's make up almost half of the country's population. Therefore, I conclude with our strongly recommendation that women empowerment is necessary for enhancing the country's economic development and their sustainability. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me a wonderful chance to present my views about Trichy district. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for nice presentation. Now I call upon Bharti Bharajwaj for presentation. Am I audible to you? Dr. Bharti Bharajwaj. Now I call upon Shamuk Priya to give presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I am Dr. Shanmupriya. My paper is entitled Arundhati Roy's The Empowered Indian Woman Writer. Actually, I segregated my paper into women empowerment in India. Actually, women empowerment in India relies on several variables such as rural and urban setting, caste, class, based on social status, age factor, educational background, and everything. But the main concern of the Indian Constitution is to provide and safeguard the rights and privileges of women. There are lots of schemes that are available in India, especially to protect women and to improve their situation. And apart from this, literature plays a key role in transforming the women's situation. So right from the Vedic period, we have Brahmavadinis who contributed a lot for the Vedas. Later on, during the Indian national movement also, most of the women came forward to express their themes related to freedom. And the most modern women writers, they are concentrating mainly on the social issues such as the multiculturalism, interreligious marriage, okay, hybridity, lot many things. And I have taken up Arundhati Roy for my study. So a woman who was born to an activist, she was like a film review stated that the right to restate the rape of a living
Please,
woman.
ma'am, come to the conclusion.
Yes, sir.
Conclude.
So she wrote lots of novels and also lots of essays, and finally not many documents also came forward to present Arundhati Roy. So I would like to conclude that being born to an activist mother and has faced lots of hardships in her life right from her childhood, Arundhati Roy emerged as an empowered Indian woman writer as well as a political activist and an environmentalist. She has mastered in raising voice for those without a voice. So this is what about Arundhati Roy, just being a woman. Okay, she emerged as a strong woman and she stood for lots of women. Not only a woman, she's talked about the underprivileged women, those who are in need of support. She talked for the environmental protection. She raised her voice against the national issues like nuclear weapons, industrialization, Indian Parliament attack. And also she rose her voice against the international issues like US military invasion of Afghanistan and Lebanon war, Israel-Palestinian voice. So this is what a woman is nowadays. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my ideas.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the last presentation will be conducted. That is, I call upon Jayanta Anthony Vijay. Jayanta Anthony Vijay, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are.
Please be brief.
Sure, sir, sure. So, my paper is titled Discovering Resilience and Strength in the Face of Trauma in Mahashweta. So my paper sheds light on one of the prominent psychological theories, which is known as post-traumatic growth theory. The theory refers to the fact that individuals experience little to massive positive psychological changes following the traumatic events. This journey of recreating or redefining an individual after experiencing a trauma is a time-consuming yet much-needed process. This theory provides us with a great and exact phenomena that most individuals undergo in order to attain a sense of transformation and bouncing back from the so-called traumatic events. In this context, I've taken Sudhamurthy's novel Mahashweta, which unfolds and depicts the journey of the protagonist Anupama, who faces numerous traumatic experiences. And my paper explores the key concept of post-traumatic growth as well. And they are, and the key concepts are increased personal strength, greater appreciation of life, enhanced relationships, changes in self-perception, and spiritual and existential growth. So these are the key concepts that I focused upon. And to sum up with my presentation, Sudhamurthy's novel Mahashweta elegantly portrays the essence of post-traumatic growth theory through the transformative journey of Anupama. This novel exemplifies how individuals can experience personal growth, resilience, and positive changes after traumatic events. And the story of Anupama serves as a vehicle of inspiration and introspection that provides resilience and potential for growth even during challenges and discrimination. It is Anupama's growth as a person that is to be applauded in the novel. And the growth of Anupama can be alluded to the phenomenal woman portrayed by Maya Angelou in her poem, Phenomenal Woman. So having said that, Mahashweta stands as a testimony to the power of resilience, self-reflection, and the pursuit of life's meaning in the journey of post-traumatic growth. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, my fellow participants and the organizing committee.
Sir, I'm ready to present, sir. The announcement is the last presentation. Sir?
Dr. Fuljele, sir. Hello, Dr. Fuljele, sir.
सर इकडे नेटवर्क इश्यू आहे network.
त्यांना परमिशन द्या.
Yes. There is a technical error and there is a technical issue. Hello, dear participants. There is some technical error, a network issue. That's why the lapse of the time we see here. Now who is going to present?
Sir,
Hello,
sir. Can I do that myself,
So
Dr.
I call upon Madam Lakshmi to present. Madam Lakshmi, please present. Madam Lakshmi, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Now I call upon Sagar Rathod, sir. Sagar Rathod, sir.
Yes.
Sagar Rathod, sir.
Yes,
Am I
sir. Yes,
audible
sir.
to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, can you listen me so I can start?
Please.
Thank you, sir. I'm Sagar Rathod from University of Mumbai, doing my research. My topic is analysis of women refugee crisis in South Asia. The research paper attempt to analyze the refugee women. Yes, sir. I am presenting. Are you able to listen me, sir? Hello. Yes, sir. I will go ahead, sir.
You are audible, and this is the last presentation, and later on the program will be concluded.
Yes, sir. I will not take more than 2 minutes, sir. Thank you. My research topic is analysis of women refugee crisis in South Asia. The research paper attempt to analyze the refugee women in South Asia and the problem faced by them. The crisis in South Asia are also different due to different religion, culture, languages, and even geopolitical situation. Basically, there is a chaos and instability in various countries of South Asia. Also, the countries of South Asia are also known developing countries. In South Asia, there is a still emphasis on gender discrimination and patriarchal family system. Refugee women in those countries are living their lives in lot of struggle, as there is no significant law for them in South Asia. Also, as South Asian countries have not signed the 1951 Refugee Convention of the UNHCR 1967 Refugee Protocol, refugee women are not protected by international law in any way in South Asia particularly. Therefore, economic, social, and political exploitation of women is seen in this region. Almost half of all refugee women in South Asia are female refugees. And also, South Asia does not see modernity in terms of protection of women and facilitate to women. Therefore, the refugee women are seen living their lives in extreme poverty with no protection of law, no roof, no food to eat and drink, and there is a lack of basic facilities. So it is very important to think about women so that there can be discussion on the topic. So I concluded, sir, from here. The conclusion is the challenges faced by refugee women in South Asia are multifaceted and deeply entrenched, but they are not insurmountable. This research paper has shed light on socio-cultural, economic, political dimension of the challenges and has proposed a innovative approach to address them by acknowledging the resilience and potential of women refugee, and by fostering the partnership between the government, non-governmental organizations, and local communities, we can pave the way for more inclusive and empowering future in which thus the woman can through despite the adversity and they can get an opportunity to live equally. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rathod, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm ready to present, sir, paper. But
Okay.
Sir?
Start your presentation.
Start your
presentation.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm Dr. G. Malleshwarama, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam. My title of my paper is Empowerment of Women Empowers the Next Generation. The few case illustrations of the women in self-help groups, Tirupati. Myself is Dr. G. Malleshwarama. Introduction of my topic: women empowerment plays an important role in development process of India in 21st century. The various studies has been undertaken so far and assessed the impact of SHGs and women empowerment in India. The study has an attempt to highlight the perceptions of women in SHGs about the impact of their empowerment on their family, especially how they empower in the next generation of their family. Objectives of my study to know the background details of the respondents, to find out the impact of SHGs and empowerment of respondents. Study of the methodology of the study. My study is conducted in Tummalgunta village, Tirupati district of Andhra Pradesh. Research design, the highlight of the objectives and descriptive research design was adopted of my study. The sampling procedure adapted the simple random sampling and purposive sampling procedure I followed. Tools of data collection, interview schedule as collected through interview schedule, collected the information related to the respondents and impact of the empowerment of the SHG women. The results and conclusion and nature of empowerment. The nature of empowerment and attainment of findings of the present study reveal that all the respondents are empowered economically after the joining of SHG groups. Majority and 82.5% of the respondents of their family increased the nutrition and health status has been improved. It is also reported that majority of 87% of the respondents have been built their own houses, sending their girls to the school and joining the SHG after the joining the SHG. And they are strongly determined that they do not accept the child marriages to their daughters. Conclusion, the women empowerment highly depending on various variables, which is including geographical locations, educational status, age, social status, necessary support from the other factors. If opportunities and encouragement and support are provided to the women, that will be definitely encourage the change agents of women in economic scenario of the family, society, and country. If a woman is empowered, that really contribute the empowerment of next generation, which is evidence from the present study. It is a need of our. Thanking you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And thank you, all of you. Now,
sir, I am Dr. F. Deepa from Tamil Nadu, sir. Shall I present my paper for 2 minutes, sir?
Okay, proceed.
Sir, I am Dr. F. Deepa. Tanjavur, Tamil University, Tamil Nadu. My topic is attitude towards gender discrimination among female prospective teachers. Nowadays, we find that the gender discrimination plays a vital role in our classroom and also in the society. Based on this papers was presented. Main objective of the study prospective teachers gender discrimination and to examine if there exists any significant difference of attitude towards gender based on some of these variables. In my study, I have taken the methodology part as normative survey method and 806 female prospective teachers as a sample by using simple random sampling technique. And also the main variable is attitude towards gender discrimination, and the sub-variables are type of family, type of college residence area, age, and type of institution. And also the tool was prepared by the researcher, that is the scale of attitude towards gender discrimination. And the statistical techniques are mean, standard deviation, t-test, and f-test. The findings of the study is that the attitude towards gender discrimination among female prospective teachers is favorable. And also there exists a significant difference based on the residence area and the locality of the college. That is the rural female discrimination high level than the urban area prospective teachers. The rural is having more teachers. Other sub-variables are not affect the gender discrimination attitude. So this is to recommend that the colleges of education should organize the conferences, seminars, and workshops about the gender equality, and also they have to gain an awareness about the gender parity in the rural areas, and also they have to include the important concept related to gender discrimination inside the curriculum. There are many ways to solve the gender discrimination problem. Finally, it is concluded from my studies that the education is the only way to eradicate the gender discrimination problem other than all other ways. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the college and the organizers once again, and thank you one and all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Sir, can I give
Shall I
the presentation?
This is Shananta.
Sir, hello. Sonali Sarda.
Sir, shall
Hello.
I present?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Shananta.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Research Scholar Sonali Sarda. My research paper topic is Global and Indian Woman Entrepreneur, a comparative analysis. When considering global entrepreneurship, it is be seen that globally developed countries are progressing in the field of entrepreneurship opportunities. So, as per the SSI, according to the Government of India, woman entrepreneur is one who owns as an enterprise in which at least 50% of the capital must be owned by the woman. The industry should be run by women. 50% of the worker in the industry should be a woman. Development of women entrepreneurship in India. In India, women's identity is generally believed to be limited to the family work, but generally this situation is changing now. In modern India, more and more women have an opportunity to work in small and medium enterprises. Many women are creating opportunities themselves in the field of entrepreneurship. So, women entrepreneurship is seen as a solution to the problem of rural and urban poverty. Am I audible? Yes. Continue. So the women have who have working bravely in the Indian industry. When we are talking about the comparison of global and Indian women entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship is a form of economic development. Globally, is generally male dominated. The proportion of the woman entrepreneurship is 1/4 that of men. Today, due to the changing economic and social environment, number of women entrepreneurs is increasing in recent years, but the number is small now. According to the index of women entrepreneurs, US has the highest index of women entrepreneurs, that is 82.99, but India ranked on 70th, and India's women entrepreneur index is as low as 25.3. At that, I conclude my presentation. Considering the spatial importance of women entrepreneur at the international level, considering that women entrepreneurs have an important role in the sustainable economic and social development of the country. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
सर क्या मैं अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट कर सकती हूँ? नेहा.
Sir, can I present now? Shananta here.
Okay, start.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
start, ma'am.
Yeah, I can begin. Good afternoon, all. My paper is titled as Challenges in Women Empowerment, a study on contemporary literature through the lens of cognition and trauma. My article actually focuses on challenges in empowering women in terms of cognition and trauma impacts in Lahiri's Whereabouts and Anuradha Rai's Sleeping on Jupiter. Protagonists of my both the works are female and they represent the impacts of trauma. Lahiri in Whereabouts introduces her unnamed protagonist with a profession of instructor, which is not the ambition of her life actually. Her connection to the ambience revolves with a sense of solitude throughout the novel. This solitude is an impact of trauma is compared to the protagonist of Anuradha Rai, Nomi. She is the protagonist in Sleeping on Jupiter. She travels back to India in search of a childhood friend and with a sense of violence and sexual abuse, which is traced to be the impacts of trauma. Trauma studies lines up the trauma impacts in literature and society. This is by analyzing the psychological, rhetorical, and cultural significance. Trauma studies was first developed in 1990s, and this is relied on Freudian theory. And this is to develop a model of trauma.
This model of trauma indicates that suffering is unrepresentable. As per the new model of pluralistic trauma theory, the processes of memory remain the central to the depiction of trauma's impact. So, maintaining a concept of memory as a fixed process, wherein all the other life experiences are stored exactly and literally lends itself to the traditional trauma model. Since the traditional traumatic experience remains frozen in a timeless and haunting state. So I depict the cognition and traumatic experiences of women, which is caused by the society and family situation, is also a challenge for a woman. So
Please conclude.
this is also a challenge for a women empowerment. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Now,
Hello.
the paper
Sir.
presentation session is concluded. Now, I request the chairperson of the paper presentation session.
Sir,
Dr.
hello,
Pujari,
excuse me,
to
sir,
give
1
his
minute.
remarks.
Sir, excuse me, sir, 1 minute.
Yes, please.
Mine is serial number 72, sir. Is it okay, sir, if I'm not present the paper because I've been waiting?
Okay. Okay. Do your presentation.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it okay, sir? If
Sir.
it is assumed that it is presented. Huh?
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
सर्टिफिकेट तो मिल जाएगा ना?
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
I'm serial number 10, sir.
Hello.
Dr.
I'm
Sakshi Jain.
Sir, second session is not.
Hello,
sir. Sir, next session is not for presentation paper.
కాంబినేషన్ లో ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ సో దాంట్లో ఉన్నాను ప్రస్తుతం.
Hello. Sorry, it is not possible to accommodate all. So, now the paper presentation session is concluded. We will consider all paper who want to present paper. Okay.
ఏమో మరి ఎంతసేపు ఉంటుందో.
Now the paper presentation session is concluded, and I request the chairperson, Dr. Pujari sir, to give his remark.
Okay.
Hello.
Dear participants, all the paper presenters presented in this international e-conference are really worthy one. They are good papers. I have seen the scholastic and very nice research attitude in their paper. They have presented very effectively. I really appreciate their efforts, and I wish them all for best future. Thank you so much. Thank you all the participants.
Thank you, Dr. Pujari sir. I thank all the chief guests of the conference, delegates, teachers, and participants for kind cooperation. Once again, I thank you all, and the international e-conference is concluded. Okay, thank you.